Celebrating the Heritage Month. You know, everybody, whenever you go somewhere, they ask you, where do you come from? Who are you related to? What brings you here? What connects you to the gathering and so forth? And as we are meeting during the Heritage Month, we have got a few or more things that connect us as women, brothers, uncles, and fathers. And coming here, we have come to dialogue with one another on issues which are very close to our hearts, especially those of us who work on land, women, and rights. The reason why I'm separating them is that different contexts will dictate as to how do you talk to the topic of women's rights, women's land rights, and heritage, and the interconnection thereof. Then as we are meeting today, I want us to know each other in a different way before I could even welcome you. We need to know each other as to who are we in the house, how do we connect to the topic of women and land. And you can do it easily by us talking to people we are seated next to. Provided the person whom you are sitting next to, you come from the same organization or same community with, you cannot talk to that person, unfortunately. Then it means, as we are going to welcome one another, I want to give you at least 2 minutes to talk to a person to your right. Share your name, the institution or organization that you come from, and also how you connect to the topic of women and land. Can we do likewise? I will also get a friend. And I'm eyeing them on my right. Okay, your 2 minutes is over. 2 minutes has ended. If you didn't manage to introduce yourself and also share how you connect to women and land, it's hard luck that I have to cut you. I think from where you are seated, I want to pick at least 4 people. 1 from Mopani, wearing shibelani. 1 from Capricorn, wearing the peta. As I call you, come in front, please, so that we can help each other in welcoming us to this session. 1 from KZN, but they are working in Pretoria. It's the uncle of the day. And then we've got 1 from Joburg, but they are contributing to the demographics of the country. Zara, I'm inviting you to the front to help us in welcoming. But wasibitiela, tlank again. I think these 4 people will help me to welcome you and also share a bit as to what is their connection to the women and land. And as they are sharing, they share their own connection and the connection of the person whom they conversed with. I'll start with the young lady at my far right. You can come and share with us.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Zahra Motani. I'm a candidate attorney at the LRC, and I had the pleasure of speaking to Mo about her connection to women and land rights. And Mo explained to me that as a woman, she has a connection to her land because she is a descendant of a person that was a victim of forced removal. She herself has witnessed forced removal and feels very passionately about women's rights in land. And it was a real privilege to get to know her, even though it was for 2 minutes. My connection to women in land is slightly different. Like I said, I'm a candidate at the LRC, and we work on women's rights, specifically in connection to land. And I said that it's about time that women not only get a seat at the table of land decisions, but that we own the table. Because we often forget that it's, for everyone else, it's just land, but women turn land into a family and a community. So it's about time that we own the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Zara. Then I will go to Mopani. Come and share with us in a minute your connection to land and the connection of the person you talk to.
Okay. Morning. My name is Sakani Ngobeni from Palabora at Silwane. So I'm a farmer. As you see, I'm a woman. I'm a mother to my kids. So I'm under Mopani Farmers Association. I'm a chairperson of Mahale Cluster Farmers. I'm under Nkunzi Development Forum. So I'm connected to the land with, I don't know, how can I start? I can share my story or? Okay.
I think you have already shared. You said you are a farmer.
Yes.
The person you spoke to?
Okay. It's Shula. So thank you. Oh, the one there. So it's Theodore and I forgot the other name. They were the one on the left. So
Okay, thank you. Ke kgopela gore le share gore na le tswalana jwang le mabu jwalo ka mosadi, and then motho o le boletseng le ena o tswalana jwang le mabu ka boripana.
In short, morning everyone. I'm Sylvia Makhatu from Mphahlele Agris Development Forum. I'm the founder of Mphahlele Agris Development Forum. I'm a farmer. crops, and animal. I was sent here by Ngunzi, Aushula. Then I was connected to the lady from Eastern Cape, RTA, and Helen from Leboahomu Business Forum. As we know, re ka moka re re bophelo ke temo. Ha o tsoga go sengwenwa, re leboga metsi. Ha o hlapa ke temo, ha o ija ke temo, ha o tlola ke temo. So re le basadi re kgaontšha ka go laola le go bapala ka mobu. Ke setšo sa gešo sa gamphahlele ke re halala basadi halala.
Yeah. All that she said is that land is their heritage. When they wake up, it's about land. When they sleep, it's about land. When they walk around, it's about land. Land is their heritage. That's what she said in a nutshell. Let's hear from our uncle, the uncle of the dialogue.
Sanmodan. My name is Boni Sogandlovu. I'm from the Department of Water and Sanitation, Pretoria. I was seated to next to the three ladies. One is from Inkunzi, our host, as well as the two ladies next to me. They said they are also having organizations on food security, so for sure they are farmers. 2 minutes was a little bit short. I can't relate their names, but during the program I'll be able to know. I think one really got involved to women on land rights issues or land reform, both from my tertiary, because I did the gender studies. Issues of women has always been inculcated from my higher learning, but I'm also a product of our AFRA, Association for Rural Advancement. It's an NGO, KZN. In 2003, they gave me internship, so that's where I got involved to such kind of settings. But in my recent years, I am now I'm with the Department of Water and Sanitation. We are the ones who developed a policy that is called Water and Sanitation Services on privately owned land policies. That will be part of the agenda item. So the relevance of the policy, it's for everyone in all the privately owned land, including farms. So women, they'll be beneficiaries. So in a nutshell, yeah.
Thank you so much. Why we did what we did. In a dialogue, we are going to talk. And when we talk, we will talk from different backgrounds. And coming from different backgrounds, it means you don't withhold. We are here to learn from each other. We are here to chart a way forward as to what can we do to advance women's land rights and their heritage on the land. And this is also applicable to the colleagues who are joining us online. Also, it's unfortunate that you have got nobody to talk to, but you can use a chat box to talk to one another as to how do you perceive the discussions or the dialogue as it will be unfolding this morning. And amongst the participants, you could see that we have got people from different parts of the province, different parts of the country, different sectors of the society. Some are community members, some are from the NGO background, others are from the legal fraternity, others are from government and so forth. Then that means that there's no way that you can talk about the issue of women, land and their heritage without bringing other role players to the space. We need each other. We need to converse with each other, different sectors, different experiences and so forth. As we need each other, even today, as the discussions are going to unfold, you will realize that without us talking about these things, there's no way that we can address the challenges which women are faced with, because many a time we say women have got their heritage. By so saying, I'm saying, be free, be open in this discussion. As the LRC, Nkuzi, and Rosa Luxemburg, we conceptualize this sitting with you in mind that the three of us, we cannot make it. Then feel welcome to the space, feel free to contribute, feel welcome to share your suggestion. And in this session, there's no right or wrong idea. What matters is that we chart a way forward which will also have women at the central stage of advancing those struggles. Feel welcome in this space, even the online participant. This is your space, this is your dialogue. Let's talk. If I was Utolani Gwala, I will say that. Welcome. Then, without the waste of time, I want to share with you the roadmap for the day. Because we cannot talk without a campus as to how will we move. You cannot drive to Joburg without passing some toll gates, without passing a petrol port and the other stuff. Today, the roadmap that we are going to follow is that we are going to also receive some reports which our colleagues did conduct studies on. And I guess those studies were informed by the issues which they discovered as they were working in their respective work spaces. And the first report that we will receive, it will be from the Legal Resources Center, wherein they will sharing with us the report on the study which was conducted on women, land, and heritage. And hence the theme for the day is that. And as the report is being shared, please take notes, write your questions down, so that when we open for questions and discussions, you don't find yourself not being part of the conversation. We don't want to leave anybody behind. Then that once it is done, it will be followed by a report on the study which was conducted just next to where we are meeting today. The study which was conducted by Nkuzi and Plus on the effects of privatization of communal land to women's land rights. And Shula will lead us in that regard. After that, we will have another report by David Neves, who will present his report virtually. But what is important about this study is that it was conducted nationwide. All provinces of South Africa were part of this study, which was conducted by the Chinchamakaya Alliance, supported by your Human Science Research Council, which is a public entity under the Department of Science and Technology. And this study is all about the agrarian households survey, and of importance is that there's the topic on women and hunger. Please be ready to receive and engage on that report. Then thereafter, we will have some community experiences. We have got women in our midst here who will also be sharing a little bit about their experiences on land and heritage. And those will range from the community-based farming initiative, and also will get the women's movement in the likes of your Rural Women's Assembly. The Limpopo chapter will be sharing their experience, and will also get an experience from women who live and or work on farms. During the introduction and welcome, Mr. Ndlovu indicated that the first time he interacted with issues which have to do with women's land rights was during his internship at AFRA. And that did not end there. Today he finds himself working in the policy sector, wherein they coined a policy which talks to provision of the water service on private land. I guess somehow the experience which our fellow participants will share will also give the life experience on the women and water on farms. And that will also usher us to the questions and discussions, hence the importance of us taking notes. And as we deal with questions and discussions, it will not be limited to the people who are participating physically. We'll also open for the colleagues who are participating virtually. And that will take us to lunch at 1 o'clock. Then we will now deal with the expert presentation on the numbers relating to women and land. That will also lead us to the policy presentation which Mr. Ndlovu shared about. And after that, we will go to discussions and come with a tangible way forward, which next time when we meet, we will have to report against that, because we don't want to meet just to tick a box. We want action. And as women will be sharing their experiences in item between 11:30 and 12:30, that is where we will also pick on what the resolutions of our meeting of the Women's Land Rights Caravan back in 2022, which led to 2021, which led to us coming up with an action plan which some of the women, they did not stop conversing and also working towards accessing their land rights. They did put that into action. Hence today they coming here being different than they were as we met in 2021. Then, without waste of time, I think that is the program for the day. Should there be a need for you to suggest something, we've got spaces where you can suggest something. That is the way we are going to work. Then before I could even welcome the first person to make a presentation, I want to also give you some bit of orientation of the space that we are within. Towards the back of the auditorium, as you go out, to your right, we've got the restrooms. Please feel free to use those facilities. Should you not be sure, we've got colleagues at the back with a very nice tablecloth and banner, which is labeled 111 years of landlessness and tenure security. They will direct you where the facilities are. Feel in a dialogue and let's participate actively. We are not here to listen. We are here to listen and engage with what will be presented. Thank you. I want to welcome Hector to the space now. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Ekta. I'm an attorney at the Legal Resources Center, and I'm very happy to be here with you all today, in person here. We partnered with Nkuzi to release this report that we have put together, which is on your tables today, called Where Women Stand in Land Reform. So this was a process of a lot of research and based off of the LRC's experiences working on women and land in the legal space over the past couple of years. This report uses desktop research, quantitative data which we received from the Department of Rural Development, also the experiences of the LRC with a targeted focus on women. It deals with the discrepancies in land ownership and redistribution patterns by women. It looks at the legislative measures targeted towards tenure reform and the developments in case law relating to women and land. It looks at the role of customary law in perpetuating discrimination and the legal developments that have been made in customary law linked to the right to equality. And it makes recommendations to assert women's land rights. So in preparing this report, we didn't just want it to be an academic exercise which is kept on a shelf in Braamfontein. We thought it's important for this to be delivered to the community. And when we undertook this exercise, we found that there wasn't a holistic sort of study of this sort done on women's land rights. We know what the issues are. You are experiencing these issues in your daily lives, but it wasn't recorded in such a way that it can be used as a tool to advance strategies for advocacy. So we as lawyers, we use the law, we use the courts, but we know that the court is not necessarily going to solve all the issues that you are experiencing. Only people, when we mobilize together and when we join our efforts to advance issues in a systematic and structural way, then we can truly advance the issues relating to women and land. Nevertheless, we thought the first starting point would be to collect the information, what is out there relating to where women are in land reform, what are their experiences you have relating to the challenges, and then putting this together in a systematic way that it can be used for mobilization, advocacy, and legal reform. So we'll start with looking at what the statistics say that we have available relating to women and land ownership. So it's a bit outdated, but the most up-to-date statistics we have is from the land audit from 2017 and from 2018, which says that women own only 18% of private land in South Africa. And this is more unequal when it comes to farm and agricultural land. Women own only 13% of farmland in South Africa. So if we look at redistribution, the report looks at redistribution and tenure security. So I'll talk a little bit about the redistribution of land and the policy shifts that are meant to benefit and favor women but have not been applied in practice. Since 1999, the policy shift has been away from the original intent of land reform, which support the poor for land access, to supporting an elite class for large-scale commercial farming. Different programs in the land reform space identify women as beneficiaries, but part of the problem is that there is no framework legislation. The department has just been enacting various policies or governing via PowerPoint policies in an unsystematic way without any guiding legislation. And some of these policies do identify women as target beneficiaries, but this has not been realized in reality. Even where women do benefit, there are other inequalities that are not addressed, such as their land tenure being conditional on shared tenancy with men. Generally, there is a lack of data which we struggle to overcome relating to how women have benefited in terms of the redistribution programs. But an exception to this was a report published by the Department of Rural Development in 2018. We also did a prior request to the department on the statistics relating to how women have benefited from redistribution. So we've combined the data from these two sets, the 2018 report and the data which the department gave us relating to women and land land which has been redistributed by the department. So then in the following slides, the data I share is going to be based on our sort of analysis of these two sets of reports. So we know that at least 5 million hectares have been redistributed from 1994 to 2020. There were around 21,000 beneficiaries from 2009 to 2018, but the beneficiary numbers have decreased over time, where it was initially 11,000 per year to 1,000 in 2018, which is an 88% decrease in the number of beneficiaries. The overall number of land per beneficiary did increase. In 2009, each beneficiary received about 21 hectares on average. This went up to 569 hectares per beneficiary, and it dropped again to about 68 hectares in 2017-2018. So this graph shows actually how the hectares, the decline overall in the amount of land which has been redistributed, but this is until 2018. Also, the number of beneficiaries from redistribution have steadily declined from 2009. So that is beneficiaries in general from the redistribution program. Now we look at how women have benefited specifically from the various redistribution program. From their 2018 report, they say that 71,000 female beneficiaries benefited from redistribution from 1994 to 2020. And this only accounts for 23% of the overall beneficiaries. The number dropped from 5,700 in 2009 to only 334 women who benefited in 2017. This was a 94% decrease in the number of female beneficiaries. And when compared with the overall decrease, women are disproportionately impacted by the decrease. The overall decrease in beneficiaries was 88%, and the decrease in the hectares being transferred was 62%. And when we compared this data against the data of women beneficiaries under the restitution program, there was a stark difference, because in restitution programs, the number of female-headed households who benefited from restitution did increase. So when compared with the redistribution policies, where there was a steady decrease in female beneficiaries, it's not clear why this discrepancy took place, but most likely because of the lack of framework legislation and the lack of implementation over the redistribution program, that women were just overseen in the implementation of these various redistribution policies. And this shows the SLLDP. So following the 2018 report, the next available data set which we got from the department was a presentation made in 2020 to the Portfolio Committee of Land Reform relating to the implementation of the State Land Lease and Disposal Program. So this was only dealt with about 544 beneficiaries within that time period, of which 68% were men and 30% were women. So this graph shows you how many women compared to men benefited from the state land lease and disposal policy in that year. When we look at the data which was made available, it was more unequal when it was broken down into the amount of land which was given to men and women. Men got 82% of the hectares allocated, which was about 122,000 hectares, and female beneficiaries received only 17.2% of the land. It was even more unequal if you split it down into the type of tenure that women were given and men were given. Men had equal tenureship for individual tenure and collective tenure, so where they were given leases as an individual or as part of a collective or a co-op. But 83% of women only received land as part of a collective, where men also benefited and were part of that collective. Men with individual tenure received most of the land allocation, being about 69%, and women with individual tenure received 12% of the land which was allocated, and only 5% of collective tenure. And this just shows the small pie, the small percentage of the pie where women were given actual individual lease agreements. So an exception to this very bad statistics impacting on women was the one household, 1 hectare policy. So this policy was actually quite well implemented in terms of representing women, where 50% of the beneficiaries were women under the one household, 1 hectare. There were around 7,000 beneficiaries over the time period, where exactly 50% of the beneficiaries were identified as women. But we see over the years, the policy seems to have dwindled in its application. In 2020, there was a drop in the overall number of beneficiaries to only 60. And in the annual report, one of the reasons given by the department for this drop in numbers under the one household, 1 hectare was that beneficiary mobilization was cumbersome, and the branch took a decision not to approve new projects as spending would not take place by the end of the year. In future strategic plans of the department, we noticed that the one household, 1 hectare is not present, which is very surprising given that this is the one policy which has been shown to equally benefit women. Also from our prior request to the department, we received the beneficiary selection policy. Zara. So the high-level panel report and the presidential panel report investigations into land reform, one of the main issues they identified is that there's no transparency with regard to who the beneficiaries are of land reform. So there was a draft policy. We had to do a prior request to get the final beneficiary selection policy. And the policy itself is very confusing and difficult to implement or even understand. But one of the principles in the policy is to ensure that there is access to land for women and the youth. It prioritizes women with agricultural skills and experiences, and female-headed households are listed as one of the prioritized groups. It proposes that 50% of the land allocated to smallholders be allocated to smallholders, and 50% of that land be allocated to women, 40% to youth, and 10% to persons with disabilities. So this is not a very clear provision to analyze, especially when you don't know how much land is being allocated. How do you test the implementation of this? And does that mean that 25% of the land allocated must go to women? Despite this, in the policy, there still remains an emphasis on commercial farming or support to smallholders with the view to assist them to be promoted to commercial or medium-scale farming. Despite there being a beneficiary selection policy, there is no transparency on the process relating to how beneficiaries are selected. And we're still seeing that this is the difficulties with the implementation of this, and people are not given reasons for their decisions relating where they do apply for land. I'll now speak about tenure reform, and the report looks at both urban land reform, rural land, and communal land. We know that there are approximately 18 million people who live under customary law systems or informal land rights systems who continue to not have secure land rights. Studies have shown where women do have security of tenure and equal assets to assets, this improves the household and the broader community. When women have access to property, access to financial security, it improves food security and educational and social outcomes in communities. So it is imperative that women do have stronger security of tenure. So under urban land, there have been quite a few developments in case law to advance women's security in the urban context. There were remnants of apartheid legislation which still linger in urban settlements today. To address this, the Upgrading of Land Tenure Rights Act was introduced in 1991, but there were issues with the implementation of this act, which automatically converted rights that were given to men into one of ownership. So this was challenged in the Rahube case, which said that Ultra was unconstitutional because it didn't allow the opportunity for other members of the family, and in this instance, a woman was facing eviction, and it didn't allow women and other people the opportunity to make representations when the deed of grant, which was issued under apartheid legislation, was automatically converted to ownership. A more recent judgment in 2022 was the Shumang versus Motsotse case, which dealt with the issue of family rights and family households. The property was designated for black occupation, but there was a family house rights agreement in place with the department relating to the house, where a single person was identified as the custodian of the property, subject to other descendants being granted full access to the property. Despite this family rights agreement, the title deed was given to the male relative, who then threatened the female relatives from having security of tenure over that property. The court held that the house in this instance must be registered in the name of the female occupant, with the caveat on the title deed that the house is a family house. So this judgment is a significant development in urban tenure reform, but it impacts this family alone. So currently we are looking at instances, we know this broadly impacts a wide sector of urban society relating to tenure security of women in particular. So there are legal developments needed to recognize family rights and protection for female family members, where houses should not pass to the individual alone, but other occupants should have rights to the household. Another case which dealt with urban land reform was the Abdullah versus City of Cape Town, which dealt with national housing policy, where similarly rights were converted automatically by state-subsidized housing, which didn't recognize women who were partners, where a male was only listed on the lease agreement, which was automatically converted. At the transfer of the housing units, women did not have proof of co-ownership despite contributing to the household, and they weren't listed on the title deed. And in this instance, a woman who was divorced from her husband was facing insecurity from her own home on the basis that she wasn't listed on the title deed. So that policy of the City of Cape Town was successfully challenged and set aside. I'll now speak to tenure security on communal land, which I'm sure most of you experience on a daily basis. We know that we at the LRC get many complaints from people living on communal land about threats to their security of tenure, particularly by traditional leaders in Limpopo and KZN specifically. We know of reports where women are deprived of their stands, where there's no living male relatives or the male is deceased, and they are told by the nduna or the person, by the traditional authority, that they're not allowed to have rights to this stand. And when they try making representations to the traditional authority, they are told they're not allowed to make representations on the basis that they are women. We know of instances of an NPO here in Limpopo where they have been charged business leases by the traditional authority for farming land, which was not experienced by the male beneficiaries in that land by the traditional authority, but only imposed on the women. To address this issue, there was a case which was successful in the Limpopo High Court, challenging tribal levies being imposed by traditional councils. So this was actually a provision in the Traditional Leadership Framework Act, which allowed for traditional leaders to impose tribal levies on community members. But that has now been declared unconstitutional. And so the court said that it was discriminatory and not allowed for, in law, for traditional authorities to be charging levies for land rights. So that judgment is now going to the Constitutional Court next week for confirmation. And in KZN, one of the big important judgments there relating to the Ingonyama Trust land was the Kasak case, where the Ingonyama Trust tried to convert PTOs, or permission to occupy, which people had historically held on communal land or had informal rights to land, into lease agreements. And we know of many instances where women were told by the ITB that they couldn't conclude the lease agreements without a male relative or partner there to sign the agreement. The court held that this conversion by the ITB was unlawful, and in contrast to Zulu customary law that provides for strong and secure rights to residential and arable land, which can be inherited. So initially they wanted to take this judgment on appeal, but now that appeal has been withdrawn, so the judgment stands as it is, that these lease agreements are set aside. So we are currently monitoring implementation of this judgment. There have also been a series of developments in the law relating to customary law. Customary law is included in our constitution and recognized as a body of law, but that is subject to the equality clause in the constitution, which says that no one may discriminate against any other person on the grounds of sex. Colonial law relegated women to the status of perpetual minors, and unfortunately that was the legal provision post-1994, until challenges relating to matrimonial property, succession, and traditional leadership. The Gumede, Ramohovi, and Sithole cases challenged the laws which discriminated against elderly African women who were married in terms of African customary law. And the law said that their marriages were regulated according to customary law, and this meant that they were out of community of property, and women were left without any legal protection. So the developments in the case law have now changed the position where these women who are married in terms of customary law, their marriages are automatically in community of property, and this applies to both monogamous marriages and polygamous customary marriages, where the property belongs jointly to the husband and the wife, or the wives, or the husband and the wife of a particular household within that polygamous customary marriages. And the same position applies now to civil marriages under the Black Administration Act, following the Sithole judgment. The Bay case was a significant challenge to customary law succession, which did not allow women to inherit in terms of customary law. That position is now changed, where women can inherit in terms of the Interstate Succession Act, where they are on par with men in terms of inheritance. In the Shilobana judgment, traditional authorities did not want a woman to succeed as Hosi on the basis that she was a woman and it was not the customary law practice. So the Constitutional Court in that case said that traditional authorities themselves can develop the customary law to bring it in line with the Constitution to allow for a woman to succeed as the Hosi. Okay, so there is a lot more information on the status of women's land rights in the report. It's 96 pages, and unfortunately I won't be able to speak to everything today. But that's just a bit of our findings and our research which we've put together. So now I'll leave you with the conclusion of the report and the most important section, which is our recommendations for the way forward. So despite there being all these developments in the law and the rights of women in terms of matrimonial property, the position, the lived reality we know has not changed for far too many women. And this is because of a range of social and economic factors, which cumulatively this impacts poor women the most. The redistribution initiatives implemented by government consistently fail to meet their own targets for transferring land. The opaque legal framework makes it difficult to hold those accountable. There needs to be a shift away from commercial farming to consider the needs of women among urban poor, farm workers, and labor tenants, and residents in former homelands. Aside from the legislative changes that's needed, there needs to be a shift in social and cultural attitudes toward women as autonomous property rights holders. The challenge is, how do we get these shifts to happen, given the many people who stand to benefit from the current status quo, including but not limited to mining companies, traditional leaders, and officials? We think one of the starting points is the high-level panel report, which recommended the Land Reform Framework Bill. This outlined general principles for equitable and secure access to land for the most vulnerable, including women. And one of the recommendations of the bill is that there should be an annual report by the department, which includes gender and socioeconomic statistics based on district, which currently is not the case in the department's reporting documents. The indicators in the department documents change year on year, making it very difficult to assess the progress in relation to women and land. We've looked at comparative jurisdictions, which show that education and awareness of women's land rights can shift attitudes and give effect to progressive legal measures. It must be considered that women are not one homogeneous group. There are prevailing gender power relations which intersect with race, class, and other social structures and where women stand in society. This shapes women's access to resources, power, and authority. So some of our recommendations coming out of the report is that there must be transparency and consistency in the data of reporting documents from the department, which we as a collective can demand from the department. They must be held to account to meet their own targets identified for female beneficiary selection. The department and other stakeholders must introduce interventions which raise social awareness and public education on women's land rights. The National Land Reform Framework Bill should be tabled in Parliament. It hasn't gone any further than the high-level panel recommendation. IPILRA, even though it is a defensive legislation, it's a useful one and the only one we have so far to defend rights from being interfered with from external entities. So that should be made a permanent piece of legislation. There must be a shift in redistribution policies from commercial land use to pro-poor land use, where women are prioritized who need land for food security and supporting their livelihoods. The one household, 1 hectare policy must be prioritized or reintroduced. And I know the Rural Women's Assembly are calling for a 1 woman, 1 household policy, which should prioritize women. There must be formal registration systems to record women's rights to land, specifically on communal land. Right now, there is no formal system in communal areas to record women's land rights. We know that the communal land tenure bill was supposed to be introduced. It's still in its draft stage, and even as a draft, it's not very useful on recording women's land rights. So there must be legislative intervention on that. In urban areas, municipalities must release urban land and commonage land specifically for women and linked to food security. There must be equal representation of women in decision-making bodies within traditional structures. Right now in the TKLA, the quota is approximately 1/3 of women must comprise of the traditional council, but even that we know is not being enforced. Expropriation needs to be used more broadly for land reform in general, but specifically expropriation must be used to transfer land to women, and there must be accurate reporting on how this is to occur. We have many instances where the department has land available, but they are very reluctant to expropriate land for the purposes of land reform, and we see it time and time again, that they don't want to use the expropriation powers. There is a new expropriation bill which we are waiting to be signed, and hopefully once this bill comes into effect, we can test it to see how it can be used more effectively for land reform and specifically for transferring land to women. Where land is made available, it must not be made available without any support, without any social services. It must be accompanied by basic services together with the land and support from state entities to assist women to actually use the land productively to ensure that it is used to support livelihoods and promote food security. And I'll leave it there. Thank you very much for listening, and if there's any questions, I'm happy to take them later.
Thank you, Hector. Somebody whispered into my ear that I did not introduce myself. Some people know me, others don't know me. Then I apologize for that. I remain Motlanalo Lebepe, working with Nkuzi Development Association. Then for you, because you are my friends, you are exempted to call me Mo, which is saving your tongues from your teeth. And thank you, Hector, for the presentation. A few picks is that, yes, women's land rights are catered for in policy and law, but implementation is something different. And even the policies which have been implemented, starting with your redistribution, you find that there's been a shift from the primary targets to the elite, and women are part of the primary targets. And that is also backed by the numbers of people who have been benefiting. Women are becoming less and less. While surprisingly, in restitution, women seem to be benefiting. And I think that is something which we need to check as to what is it that has helped to work so that we can copy the formula to push for the increased benefit on redistribution. Then on the 1 hectare, 1 household policy, yeah, things are not moving, but they are moving in the sense that we do have one of our own who are pushing it to be not household, rather a woman, 1 household, 1 hectare. Hence, we are here to share so that we can also work together in advocating for change and benefit of women in those stuff. Then when it comes to tenure reform, I think it's very sad that many a time women find themselves being dragged to courts or having been pushed to go to courts in order for them to exercise their rights. And even in those instances when the courts have ruled in their favor, you find implementation taking time, enforcement of those judgments taking time, as we've seen in most cases which women and the rural people have taken the matters with the respective court. We are glad to hear that the tribal levy case is finally getting its date before the Constitutional Court, that they will do the final endorsement or ruling as to affirming what the High Court in Polokwane did last year. And also, while applauding the decision not to challenge the Ngonyama Trust judgment, but the fact of the matter remains that implementation is happening at a very slow pace, and women are at the receiving end of that slow implementation of the order of the court. Then from the recommendations which she shared, I want to encourage us, and also hoping that we've taken note, that we think about them as we go to the session on your questions and recommendations for the advocacy plan that we can pursue as women. Thank you very much, Hector. It was a very beautiful presentation, summarized to our level as women. Can I check if there's anyone in our midst who cannot understand Sisimane? Oh. Dearly Bitanyana Wongwe. Okay. Can I advise that you sit next to somebody who gets Shilungu so that you are not left behind? We want to go with you. This is one train which does not want to leave if other people are not on board. And I want also to check whether you have got any concern or worry if we can take pictures as we go, photos. Are we giving consent or we are refusing? We live in a democratic country. This side they are nodding, this side they are smiling. Then I'm confused. What is it? What should I say? We are agreeing. Smile means in agreement. Okay, the camera woman or whoever, feel free to capture. We are not worried about the other people, the readers of our report, to know who was here. We are not ashamed of what we are talking about this. That being this said, I want to invite Shula to the front to share with us the report on the study which was conducted in Muleji. And while she's coming, ke a tseba gore le batho ba ileng gore le rata mmino in Africa, when we mourn, we sing. When we are happy, we sing. When we are not sure of how we feel, we still sing. Can we sing Asina Luvalo, led by the ARD collective present here?
Asina luvalo, asina luvalo, asina luvalo, ngalento siyenzayo. Asina luvalo, asina luvalo. Indeed, we fear nothing about what we do. Good morning, Tobela and Macheroni, Abusheni, Molweni, Huyamore. Yeah, interesting research from our partners, LRC. There's so much that said with me as you were reading through that. And it's just another reminder that we have got so much to do. And interestingly, with the law that supports us so much, we just need to also organize ourselves so that we can really claim our space, our rights, and especially as women. I think you have been welcomed, but I think it's also fair that I also say you are most welcome into this space and making time to come and be part of this journey. It's not an event, it's a journey. Let's get that one straight.
We come into these spaces, we talk, we question, which is a good thing, we recommend, we do a lot of things. But I think what is also most important is how do we document some of the stuff that we do, the things that we come across and all that. And I think that is why today we felt it would be helpful for us to just share some of the things that have been happening in our spaces and in the country as a whole in relation to women, land. And we also included the part of heritage because this is the month where we are told we are supposed to be celebrating our heritage. And land for us is heritage enough. You know, if we don't talk about land, which is the ground that we stand on, which is the ground that feeds us, you know, that nourishes us, that gives us life, then who are we? Who are we? I thank you. I'm going to be just, you know, a friend of mine last week said, I'm going to be as short as a miniskirt. But my shortness will really, I think, be helpful to all of us. The report is there on the PLUS website. This is a research that we did with the Institute for Poverty, Land and Agrarian Studies, which is based at the University of the Western Cape. We started with the research in 2020, but as you all know, there were challenges of COVID, which made us to actually prolong. And I think the findings and the regional final meeting was done in 2023, February. And this is a report that focused on South Africa, Mozambique, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. These are the 4 SADC countries that took part in this research that focused on the formalization of customary land and its implications for women's land tenure, security, and livelihoods. So in South Africa, PLUS partnered with Nkuzi Development Association, and we did the research in an area called Molechi, which is about 20 kilometers west of Polokwane. And it was not an easy research, and also because it was participatory as the method that we used, and we had so many challenges as there are other women here from Molechi that would actually understand and were part of this research. There were so many hurdles in the process of the research, and but we had to continue. These were some of the findings that came out of that. Maybe also just to mention that when we're doing the research, one of the key things that we discovered during that process was that most of the land was basically being sold out, and a lot of women were actually complaining about or raising the concern that so much land is being lost towards preference for the residential sites and businesses, which meant that land that was basically being used for farming was lost. Land that was used for other traditional practices would also be lost. Land that was used for livestock was lost, and that also meant that most of the livestock people had to find other areas where they can be taking their livestock to, which also meant that they needed to be paying for this, for that. So we had in-depth interviews, we had focus groups, we had women, we had traditional leaders, we had some of the government officials, mainly from the ward councillors and all that. And the key findings that came out of that report were that most married women could not register land in their names. This could be done in exceptional cases, especially where women would be knowing their rights, or they were actually linked to the people that would be having the responsibility to allocate land. that married women were also registering as spouses. Their names would be there, but then they would be regarded as spouses, not necessarily as the actual people that owned that piece of land. That single women, widows, divorced women were denied an opportunity to have access to land depending on which chiefdom they belong to. Remember, in the Mleji area, there's also a challenge of where people feel they need to belong to. Others would say they are under Matabole, others will say they are under Kgoshi Kwenamoloto, the third. So there was also that kind of a challenge. Then the other issue was, like I have already mentioned, women that are better educated or knew more would find ways of actually accessing land and that land being registered in their names. And we discovered that divorced women were the most vulnerable of all these groups in accessing land, because they needed to, some of them would be asked to leave if they would not have another person who would take over, maybe their son or so. And some would not even have access to more land if they wanted more land. And some would just, most of them would just comply and stay, even though the land or the space would remain not in their name. One of the findings was that the land registration remained entrenched in patriarchal norms. For example, traditional authorities would require newly married women to register the land they acquired while single in their husbands' names. Traditional leaders were selling land to the urban elites, and one of the key findings was also that people that would have been staying in the city of Polokwane or in other bigger towns would come back to buy land and go back and resettle back in the two areas that we did the research, which was Kwenamoloto and Ceres, but mainly Kwenamoloto, where now, because it's communal land, they would not have to pay any rates. And, you know, you just go, you build, you'd have bought maybe a site for a specific amount, but you knew that you are not going to be paying any money going forward, except the tribal levies, which have already been mentioned, that there has been a court case against those. There is increased legibility of customary land to the markets, meaning customary land is being sold on the open market, and the prices of land are unaffordable to vulnerable women. The land sales pertain to both residential land and land with common property resources. There has been a change in land uses from agriculture to residential purposes as the urban elites build their retirement homes on land that was previously used for agricultural purposes. This means that livelihoods are transformed as locals must now find alternative ways to sustain their livelihoods. And we discovered that most people now relied on grants and moving towards town to find employment so that they can sustain themselves. Then there was an issue of proletarianization. More people are forced to look for jobs following the loss of livelihoods. And then with the scarcity of land, small farms occupy less land but accommodate more people. This basically means that you have got less residents that are now using land to grow crops. Through this formalization process, there has been a loss of incorporeal possessions, the intangible, like spiritual capital. This is exacerbated by the conflict over burial sites and village boundaries in the two case studies of these two villages. There's also challenges of when one needs to bury a loved one. You know, who do you belong to? And what is it that is required of you, especially if you have lost a husband. Then the other finding was that men threaten and perpetuate violence against women who assert their rights over land, because women are expected to remain passive and not participate in decision-making over land issues at community and household level. As a result, women are being exposed to vulnerabilities such as violence against women's bodies and sextortion. This is mainly violence led by traditional leaders and their local networks. One of the things that we know is that currently they are trying to formulate the tribal councils, and there is a need for women to form part of that level of decision making. And we know it's been a bit of a challenge in the province. We are yet to hear the actual statistics pertaining to that, as they, by I think it was end of June, they were still going around the province to try and make it a point that the tribal councils comply. The expression of control over women in Malaysia extends beyond access to land and is manifested in other social and economic activities. For an example, an initiative by the local women to establish a savings club to support events such as weddings and funerals has been infiltrated by traditional leaders who seek to control women's activities. What we discovered was that even where women would have formed certain groups to support themselves, whether it's stockfiles, whether it's a group of farming women and all that, they would still need someone who'd always come and ask, what is it that you are doing? And this would be mainly the men that would want to know what is happening, or even the tribal council itself. Protracted funeral rites, arbitrary fines, and long-standing inter- and intra-clan disputes have characterized the relationship between traditional leaders and women's livelihoods and access to land. I think I've already spoken a bit about that, but one of the things that we have discovered is that even now there are still, especially people that come from the Ceres area and other areas, where when they need to bury a loved one, they are charged big fines for that, to pay for those. And this causes a lot of problems for the women in those communities. From our research, we also find out that most women view the traditional leaders as corrupt, unaccountable, and patriarchal. They prefer to opt out and choose their own traditional leader. The women are against the traditional leader and not the customary tenure system per se. The challenge here is actually the practices, but what they are saying is we don't have anything against the customs and all that. Some of the things we agree, but we feel we should also be in a position to decide who we want to actually align with as our traditional leader. Then there is also another challenge of a tense relationship between the elected councillors and traditional leaders over the control of land, despite land in rural areas being controlled by traditional council of a village and elected officials not having jurisdiction over rural land. So this type of having your councillors, other people find it very difficult sometimes if they are not really relating well with the headmen in their locality, maybe to go to the ward councillor also, because the ward councillor would not necessarily have the permission or the powers to actually talk about issues pertaining to land. And we can give a lot of examples about this. We know these days whenever you go somewhere, they might want a proof of residence, something that shows where you come from. And when you go to the tribal council, you'd find that they want you to pay to get that. And if you are one who has not been paying for certain levels, or you owe certain monies that had been requested by the council, therefore it would mean you would be denied that, even if it would mean something that will be changing the livelihoods of your families. So that is also a challenge. And then when the ward councillors would want to do that, but then they would not be permitted because they would also be falling within that tribal authority or council. The recommendations that we came up with, where there is a need to define in clear roles of traditional leaders in spatial planning and land use management. The contestation of power between the traditional authority and the municipality emanates from traditional leaders' perceived threat of losing control over customary land management and administration. We feel that it should be clear how is that land administered, especially where the land is meant for common use by all that reside in that specific area. Promoting customary practices that support women's access to land and strengthening their adoption by traditional leaders, men and women. Single, married, divorced, and widowed women should all have their land rights protected, regardless of their marital status. The state must strengthen the IPILRA and make it permanent. This is the Interim Protection of Land Rights Act. Strengthening the implementation of laws on gender-based violence and ensuring the stiff punishment of perpetrators of violence against women. This will require advocacy and awareness campaigns by policymakers to sensitize women on reporting domestic violence and establishing safe homes for those who are constantly exposed to it. Traditional leaders have a key role to play in this aspect. And we say this because we also picked up that sometimes when there are domestic cases, you find that women do not report them. And if they do, the first place that they would be going to will be the tribal council, as it would be the nearest to them. And in most instances, the way that is resolved would not really be sitting well with the women that are concerned about that. I think I just have two pictures there, one showing one of the older men that were actually, saying some of the things that are happening are not right, but the brutality that comes with questioning the tribal councils, because they would be having their own kind of security that continues to target those that are speaking up against what they think is not right. And how they would be treated. And even when they open cases, sometimes we'd find that the case does not go anywhere, or they are referred back to the tribal council and so. And after the research, what we did was to have a woman's declaration where women from the two areas came, and then we had demands and all that which were circulated amongst the departments that were concerned, that we felt needed to be doing something about some of the challenges that the women are facing in the area. I think this is the part where I say I thank you, Ke a le leboga, enkosi.
I thank you, Ke a o leboga, enkosi Shula. I think we are also learning from one another. If I cannot humusha and somebody comes here do the humushing, then I must also follow suit. Ne? Are we still together? Yes. Are we still in the house? Yes. Even the online participants, you are still with us? Okay, yeah, we have agreed on their behalf, ne? Yes. I think without the waste of time, we want to switch now to Cape Town, where David Neves will give us the report on the study conducted by Chinchamakaya. Then after that, I want to suggest that we take questions and comments, because I just realized that we skipped the most important part of launching the report. We can do it later after we have dealt with these key things. Before lunch, we will launch the report officially. Are we ready for Cape Town? Thank you. Because I just realized that we skipped the most important part of launching the report. We can do it later.
First of all, am I audible?
We have
hear
dealt
me?
with these key things. Before lunch, we will launch the report officially. Are we ready for Cape Town? Thank you. Because I just realized that we skipped the most important things. Before lunch, we will launch the report officially. Are we ready for Cape Town? Thank you. Because I just realized that we skipped the most important things. Before lunch, we will launch the report officially. Are we ready for Cape Town?
Hello? Hi, am I audible? Hello? Hi, am I audible? Lovemore, can you send me a message and tell me if I'm audible, whether I should start, and whether you can see my screen?
Are we audible? Can you hear us?
Okay.
Can you hear us? 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 Can you hear us?
Yes,
Can you hear us?
a lot of feedback and an echo, but I can hear
You can start.
I'm reluctant to start unless I sort of know that you can hear me. So Zara, you were audible. There was a reverb, an echo. Just type me a message if you'd like me to start. Okay, perhaps I will just start. Okay, so this is very difficult because I don't have a sense of the audience, and I don't even think I'm able to hear you. But I'll just talk to my presentation. So these are headline findings from the Chincha Makaya HSRC, it's Human Sciences Research Council, Agrarian Rural Household Economy Study. This research was conducted, it was commissioned by Chincha Makaya and conducted by the HSRC. So about the research, I think a helpful place to start is to ask the question, what do we mean by agrarian? Well, agrarian relates to agriculture. So this study essentially looked at people who live and work in the countryside, in South Africa's countryside. The research, the study, was conducted last year in 2023, and it was a mixed method study. So it combined qualitative with quantitative research. So qualitative research included interviews to understand people's perceptions, experiences, and quantitative data. In other words, data that could be turned into numbers and could be analyzed statistically and mathematically. So it's a combination of talking to people and statistics, basically. So it was it included a national survey, so done in all 9 provinces with a total of 1,297 households and a whole lot of key informant interviews. In other words, those qualitative interviews. There's some sort of noise flaring up, but I'm assuming that I can carry on. It's also helpful to point out that this research was commissioned by Chincha Makaya, a network of community-based organizations and NGOs. But there was an earlier study done in 2011, 2012. The initial idea with the study last year in 2023 was to compare the 2 studies, separated by about 11 years. But it was actually a little bit more difficult to compare, in part because last year's research included a whole lot more extra households and extra provinces to make it a national study. So what I'm going to do is talk about a whole lot of the findings. And the first, I suppose, headline finding of the study is that agrarian households are diverse. In the research, agrarian households were defined and classified into these 3 types. The first were small-scale farmer households. The second were farm worker households. So these are households with people who work and very often live on commercial farms. And then there were farm dweller households. So farm dwellers are people who live on commercial farmland, but they don't work for the farmer or the landowner. South Africa is, of course, very diverse. So many of the small-scale farmer households would be in the former the communal areas of the former homelands. So the Eastern Cape, Transglacier Sky, into Zululand and KwaZulu-Natal, into Mpumalanga and Limpopo especially. So the study looked both at small scale and in the South African context. This is normally Black African households that farm, but also looked at farm workers and farm dwellers who live on the land of other people, the other people who normally commercial, normally but not always white commercial farmers. So what comes out? These are the kind of three categories I'll keep referring to. But what comes out of this is that all agrarian households, they lead or they rely on extremely diversified livelihoods. So what this means is it's actually very rare to find an agrarian household in the South African context that only does one thing or only relies on one income source. So even households that engage in farming, they will also get a social grant, maybe a remittance, money sent by an urban family member, etc. So rural households in the South African context, very few of them are just farmers. Many rural households, most rural households, in fact, do more than one thing. So even farm workers, farm worker might be living on a farm working for a commercial farmer, but they'll plant a little bit or have a few livestock. So this is the idea of a diversity of livelihood activities. And a key finding that comes out of the research is that most agrarian households are poor and vulnerable, but there are differences between them. So if you look at the screen, those three categories, small-scale farmer households, farm worker households, farm dweller households, all three of these categories tend to be poor households, but farm dwellers are amongst some of the poorest and most vulnerable. Farm worker households are, on average, slightly less poor than farm worker households, and in fact the small-scale farmer households are comparatively less poor. So they're amongst the least poor of the poor households, if that makes sense. A second headline finding, most agrarian households are poor and hungry. So a key headline finding that was picked up in the media from this study is that 60% of agrarian households are below the food poverty line. In 2023, that was equivalent to 760 Rand per person per month. So 60% of households, if you divide up their income by the number of household members, they're actually below the food poverty line. And this is the minimum amount of money that government Stats SA says is required to actually sustain somebody and feed a person. The report also pointed to what's called hidden hunger. This is the idea that people can be starving or they can be malnourished on a full stomach. So the report asked a whole lot of questions about the quality of food and what people buy, what people eat. And there certainly is a concern that people that these poor agrarian households, they take in, they consume, they eat enough calories, but often refined carbohydrates, sort of fatty meats, often foods that are quite energy dense but not nutritionally dense. So often foods that aren't particularly healthy and don't necessarily give you all the nutrients you would need to stay healthy. And this is especially a concern for growing children. Sort of micronutrient, vitamin, mineral deficiencies are actually widespread amongst children in the South African context and in these agrarian households. Many of these metrics, these measures, they're worse actually for woman-headed households. So amongst the agrarian households, the three categories, remember, small-scale farmers, farm workers, farm dwellers, actually they're worse for woman-headed households. So, for example, if you look at something like food spending, the amount of money that a household spends on food, if you look at on the screen here, it says male farming household, HH's household. So this is a male-headed farming household. This is a male-headed small-scale farming household. They spend an average of 3,186 Rand a month on food versus the same households, but female-headed. So this is a female-headed farming household. They spend, on average, 2,465 Rand a month. So that's quite a difference, and it becomes even more concerning and an even larger gap when you consider that, on average, female-headed households have got more members. In other words, they tend to have larger household sizes. So even smaller amount of money has to buy food for a larger number of people within the household. Another interesting headline finding from the study is that compared to 2013, agrarian households are further below the poverty line in 2023 than they were in 2013. So what this means is, in 2013, agrarian households were a little bit below the poverty line. What we've seen is by last year, 2023, agrarian households were further below the poverty line. There's a bigger gap now between the food poverty line and where the average agrarian household is at, if that makes sense. And I think the key takeaway here is that most agrarian households are poor and hungry, despite the fact that there are, of course, these are the households that live in the areas where food is produced. So you've got this terrible paradox, particularly in our areas where there are lots of commercial farms, commercial farmland. You will find high levels of hunger and poverty in an area where people are actually working, producing food. Which is a real indictment on our economic system, and it really points to areas of concern around agrarian households, but particularly the place of women and female-headed households. So the third headline finding I want to draw your attention to here is that many agrarian households live in substandard conditions. So what I mean by this is agrarian households have got poor access to basic services, and for any of these metrics, access to electricity, access to piped water, access to sewage, invariably they are worse for woman-headed households. So I'll give you a little example. If we look at the proportion of agrarian households that get their water from streams, scoop water out of streams, 15.4% of these are women-headed agrarian households versus 10.2% of male-headed agrarian households. In other words, this is, 15% is actually a lot. This is 1 in 7 female-headed households effectively don't have access to safe drinking water. And this number is the difference between 15% and 10% is roughly a 50% difference. So it's actually a sizable discrepancy. And I think it's helpful to point out that lack of access to services disproportionately affects women, because it impacts firstly on their quality of life, but also their ability to engage in other income earning activities or generate other incomes. In other words, it makes them less productive because they have to spend a lot of time, energy, and effort collecting firewood, rebuilding, replastering mud huts, collecting water from streams, etc., etc. So these burdens of what the sociologists call domestic reproduction, they fall disproportionately on the shoulders of women, and in many cases, girl children. The fourth headline finding from the research is that agrarian households lack access to land and tenure security. Now, in the first presentation, and in fact the second, the preceding two presentations, we heard a lot about this, but it certainly comes out clearly from the study. Many agrarian households lack access to land and experience insecure tenure. So this is across the board. But invariably, the statistics and experiences are worse for women. Women they experience higher levels of tenure insecurity. And of course, this is wrapped up with the increased vulnerability to eviction. But of course, because the certainty with which they are able to access land, the security of tenure is less certain they're less able to invest and less inclined possibly to invest in the land, and it reduces their ability to invest and to fully leverage the opportunities in working land. The fifth point: small-scale farming households struggle to expand their production. So I've been talking about agrarian households, but I'm just focusing on one of those groups now: the farming households, the households that report engaging in small-scale farming. So an interesting point here is that many of the small-scale farming households, many of the households that do the small-scale farming, they tend to be older. In fact, the largest age category is people over the age of 50, and in fact, many of them are over the age of 60. So there's this idea that, in some respects, farming is something that many older people engage in many cases older men, and this is probably related to their ability to leverage pensions or provident fund payouts or the kind of resources from formal employment into their farming operations. So I think that the key point here is that it's not as though farming very often isn't done by the very poorest of the poor. It's often done by the slightly less poor rural people, and in many cases, they're the older people in a community. If you look at the actual sort of breakdown of what people produce, it's really interesting. So mixed farming in the research is defined as farmers who have both livestock and crops. Similar proportions, a similar mix of men and women did it, but actually men tend to earn more than women. So male mixed farming farmers earn more than female mixed farming farmers. If you look at farmers that only farm livestock, and livestock is defined very broadly here from small stock all the way to cattle. If you look at farmers that are livestock only farmers, they tend to be more male dominated. So the only livestock farmers, they're 36% men versus 16% women. In other words, only 16% of women farmers only farm livestock. If you flip that around and look only at crop production, more women are farmers that only farm crops than men. So quite a much larger proportion of women. But what's telling here is that despite the fact that a larger proportion of women are crop-only farmers, male crop-only farmers tend to earn higher incomes. And we suspect that this is partly related to the fact that men are able to farm larger tracts of land because of more favorable land tenure arrangements, possibly issues related to their ability to inherit land access, etc., etc. So it's really interesting. Even when you look at small-scale farming, you can see the kind of the differential quality between men and women. Finally, support. A key finding from the research is that support for small-scale farmers is generally inadequate. There are real concerns about particularly the state's efforts to reach small-scale farmers and the extent to which the state actually doesn't. Oops. So this is headline finding number 6. Farming is not the main source of income for most agrarian households. I think particularly for urban dwellers, this is sometimes a surprising point. It's the idea that we often just assume that everybody in a rural area is a farmer, or they mainly are farmers. In fact, the research shows that in South Africa, large proportions of our rural population don't farm, or they farm very comparatively small amounts. They just add to the food that they would buy from a shop. And this is quite different from many other developing country contexts, where for many rural people, farming is their main, or in some respects, only source of income. So it's the point here is that you can't assume that all rural dwellers in South Africa are farmers. And in fact, very few households rely only on farming. Even households that farm tend to do other stuff. They've got another family members working in an urban area, they get a social grant, they do some informal vending, etc. So not all agrarian households farm or are engaged in farming. Wages and social grants are actually some of the most frequently reported sources of income. And this is even true for farming agrarian households. So even households that describe farming as their main activity, in many cases they've got other income sources, often small income sources, but this is part of that process of livelihood diversification that I mentioned right at the outset. But farming agrarian households earn some of the highest average incomes, and actually considerably higher than other types of agrarian households. So the average income for farming agrarian households was, and these are monthly figures, a little over 14,000 Rand a month. For farm workers, last year, 2023, average incomes for farm worker agrarian households, average incomes 4,400 Rand. For farm dweller households, 4,118, roughly. This, of course, is this is monthly, but it's total household income. So for the farmer agrarian households, this may well be somebody who farms, but also still gets a salary or private pension fund payout or something like that. But I suspect that particularly the farmer agrarian household monthly incomes have been pulled up by some quite large outliers. In other words, these are some small scale farmers that actually earn quite good incomes from middle class incomes from their farming. Point number 7, farm employment. In other words, being a farm worker is becoming increasingly insecure and casualized and informalized. And we actually see a massive drop from the sort of 2011, 2012, earlier Chinchamaikaya's study. 78% of farm workers reported having permanent contracts. By 2023, this had dropped to roughly 10%. So in fact, this is a massive drop. But you'll see this point, I say sort of. And the sort of, the kind of warning here is that this trend, we believe it to be true, it's correct. There has been a massive decrease in this form of employment, these forms of permanent employment, but in fact it's quite difficult to accurately compare the 2012 with the 2023 study because the sample was changed and a lot more cases were added. So yeah, this is more of an indicative finding rather than an absolute confirmed statistic. Particularly after the 2012-2013 farm worker strike, levels of permanent employment have decreased more sharply for women farm workers. In other words, female women farm workers, they're more likely to be retrenched, but they're also more likely to be casualized and turned into seasonal workers. So this long-term, larger trend of informalization and employment insecurity is actually, it's worse for women farm workers. The study also pointed out that reported rates of political trade union membership were down, although church membership remains widespread. So my final italicized point, farm employment becoming more insecure and precarious, particularly for female farm workers. But I think there's also something here about the way in which rural dwellers, but particularly farm workers, are actually often quite isolated. They're not very well organized. They're not necessarily very, but they don't represent a particularly powerful political constituency. And that's part of the reason why their voices are actually so seldom heard in political processes in South Africa. getting to the end of my headline findings, headline finding number 8, agrarian households and their vulnerability are sharply differentiated by gender. Now, I've kind of said this as I've been talking. I've pointed out for many of the measures, many of the metrics, much of the data I've talked about, female-headed households fare worse than male-headed households. And I think that's that's a really important takeaway. So, like if you drill down just to farm workers, woman-headed farm worker households, they put lower per capita incomes than male farm worker households. Woman-headed agrarian households also tend to be larger. In other words, they have an average of 4.49 members. In other words, on average, 4.49 people live in a female-headed agrarian household versus an average of 3.92 members in a male-headed household. And obviously these, how can you have 4.49 people? These are averages. We've crunched the data from over 1,000 households, and this is what it averages out at. But the difference between 4.49 and 3.92 is quite substantial. It's more than half a person in statistical terms. And don't forget that this impacts on per capita incomes. It means that actually smaller amounts of money have to be shared with larger numbers of people in female-headed households. And I've already sort of mentioned this right at the outset. Farming agrarian households are richer. They've actually got about 3 times the income of farm worker and farm dweller households. However, if you just look at farming households, the male-headed farming households earn about double the income of the female-headed farming households. So that's quite a substantial difference. Agrarian households are vulnerable to climate change and external shocks. So the research included some questions about extreme weather events such as droughts, heat waves, floods, etc. And more than half of agrarian households reported these in the preceding 5 years. But in fact, female-headed households reported more of these events than male-headed households. So how do we explain this? Are female-headed households more likely to be in the areas where extreme weather events take place? No. Female-headed households are often just more vulnerable, have fewer resources, and therefore they're more inclined to experience these extreme external events as negative. And this is of course made even worse again for women and female-headed households, women-headed households, because don't forget, they've got lower incomes and they tend to be the primary caregivers and food providers. So they're the ones that have to really grapple on a day-to-day basis with the consequences of these events and still reproduce, still feed households and families. And then many agrarian households, small-scale farmers and certainly female-headed households that engage in farming, they struggle to access government support. So, for example, just one example, during COVID, very few of these small-scale farmer households got any of the formal COVID-19 relief funds. This is my final slide, and I'm just going to draw your attention to 6 recommendations that came out of the research. The first is the need to fix land reform to enable access to land and secure tenure, including, or perhaps especially, for women. So many of these problems, many of the actually quite worrying statistics that I've pointed to and described, they would be less bad, or they may not be bad at all, if over the last 30 years land reform had worked. The state's efforts to drive land reform in South Africa had actually borne fruit. But the failures of land reform directly impact on rural agrarian households and, of course, the lives of women. The second point of these 6 recommendations is the need to address food insecurity, and some of these solutions are to be found, around farming, but some of them may be in the realm of social welfare, more larger, different social grants, and then of course there's definitely a place for increased agricultural support and the development of more robust local food systems. The third of the 6 recommendations that came out of the study definitely a need for improved agricultural support. I've already suggested, but the need for agricultural extension services better targeted to small-scale farmers, including women farmers. Training, the provision of appropriate inputs, seed, soil fertility, inputs, maybe rain tanks, irrigation, improved fences, and in relation to land reform, there's definitely a need for appropriate post-settlement support. We see from the research that rural services, sort of basic services and infrastructure in rural areas, they still lag behind urban areas, and this is a kind of a hidden cost disproportionately carried by rural women. Improving infrastructure, electricity, roads, sewerage, piped water would have pretty direct impacts on many rural women. Climate change, it's not a sort of looming threat. It's already arriving, and there's definitely a need to respond to it more thoroughly through appropriate policy, technical, financial assistance, interventions. The sixth and final point is the need to promote community and gender empowerment. One of the things that the report identifies is the way in which rural people are not a very powerful or organized political constituency. Their voices are often not heard, don't feature in political processes and social processes, and this is part of the reason why rural issues are often forgotten or overlooked in the South African context. And there's definitely a need to improve on and improve the organizing and empowerment of rural communities. So I'm going to end it there and say thank you very much for your time and your attention. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, David, for the presentation on the agrarian household study and extracting those findings which touch on the topic of the day, and listening to your presentation and also recalling what Hector and Shula shared earlier. It's like you guys were reading from the same book on some things. Were you copying from each other? Because there are some things which it's like Hector copied from Shula or Shula copied from Hector, and similarly David did the same. I think that is a clear indication that, issues on rural women and even urban women to a certain extent, they are similar, regardless on where you conduct a study. And when the institution conducted the study, it was a mere reason that many a time we talk, we engage, and we are asked, where is the evidence of what you are saying? And these reports have presented us with facts on the real life experience of women in different spaces, and they somehow support each other. Then that being the case, I want to give this opportunity to us, both online and physical or in-person attendees, to really engage with the three reports. You can engage through comments or input for areas for further investigation or areas for advocacy, because at the same time we'll be also taking notes to chart a way forward. And even question of clarity for you to gain more understanding on the reports shared, because I believe that you didn't come here on your personal capacity. You came as a delegate from an institution. And when they've sent you somewhere, you have to take back the feedback to the people who have delegated you or sent you to a platform such as this one. You didn't come on your own accord. And I believe that, like I said at the beginning, that I don't know America, I've never been to America, but I always have a picture of how America is in my mind. Can you, on the same note, start asking those questions, comments, and so forth? And I don't want to say random. Let's start with the very first report which was presented. At least I will take 2 hands from the floor and 2 from the virtual participants. I think my colleagues will also take note of the hands which are raised by our colleagues who are attending virtually. Can we start engaging on the reports? Any comment, hand? Okay. They say we have got 2 platforms, your YouTube and your Zoom. Are we getting any Teams? Are we getting any hand? People are shy to talk? Or you want me to say from any, Takani? I see your hand. You can come in front here so that we can get. You audible. Come over if you've got a question.
1, 2. Yeah.
My question is, it goes to both of them because their reports are similar. So is it a law or rule or is a must for us as a women to register our husband's name on something? E.g., maybe I can say it's a funeral book or pamphlet. So I must submit their name or my kid's name. I'm just giving an example. So is it a must to write my husband's name on top as the owner of the book? According the way they are reporting that some of women, we are registering our farms with their names of our husband. So that's why I'm asking this, because it nearly makes me cry when they are reporting, because even now, I lost my marriage because of this from our government, our chiefs, our headmen, as a women, because they took our land. So after that, I started to join women to learn how can I live as a woman, how can we farm, everything. So my husband started to be angry or trying to stop, not going there, not do this, don't attend the workshops. So it makes me get lost, I don't get it. So it's irritating, I don't know how can I say it. Get hurt inside when I said everything women, we are undermined with a government, chiefs, headmen. So that's why I'm asking this. Thanks.
Thanks. I'm Sylvia Mahatu from Mpahlele Agris Development Forum. I do have 2 questions here to ask the Legal Aid Board. The first question is, how can we amplify women's voice in land reform discussion and decision-making process? The second one is the one for one household, 1 hectare, I think so. Are there any specific initiative or programs targeting women's and land rights ownership under this policy? That's my questions. Thanks.
Morning. My name is Susan Mantata from Kororwane Communal Property at Vembe District. My first question is regarding legal aid. I want to know about why a number of women decreases from high to low. While she presenting here, I see that members and beneficiaries from their level are decreasing. Another question is about 1 hectare, 1 household. I don't know, just because at other CPAs or at our CPAs, the beneficiaries are not grouped into households. Others are individuals, while others are household. While if this can happen, that household, one household, 1 hectares, what will happen about that others which are just stand on their own? Another question is about the policies. I heard about beneficiary selection policies, and then I found that when they are talking about the policies, they talk about no transparencies. If there are no transparency, what could be the way forward? Just because where there is no transparency, people can have the real way forward. They're always fighting just because transparency is the key. If a group of people having or sharing something, there must be transparency. Just because if there is no transparency, the one who are leading or having the leaderships are always taking the decisions alone. I don't know if I can continue just because I've got a lot of questions. I just read. Okay. All right, thank you.
Sorry, to David. I thought that maybe you are not online, so I thought you were lost. So my last question to David is, what do you mean when you say farming is... Okay, what do you mean when you say farming is not for youth, it's for an older? In your number 5, small-scale farming. So I didn't get your point. You can explain again. What do you mean when you say farming is not for youth, it's for an old age? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any hands for those who are participating virtually? Okay. Then in the absence of any hand, can I call upon Hector, Shula, and David to be in that order to come and assist in responding you pick and choose. I will be ticking to check which question is not responded to. Thank you.
Okay, I'll try and answer the ones which I can, and Shula maybe can address some of the others. So to the first participant that asked about whether you need to have a male's name, the answer is absolutely no. If there's any person that tells you that you have to have a male relative or your husband to register any form of rights, that is clearly unlawful and not allowed. So the problem in communal areas is there's no system at the moment to register your rights. There's various informal systems, like you might be registered under your traditional authority who would give you like a notice or permit to say you would reside at this residential plot. But even that, it can be and it should be in the name of whoever is living there. And if you are running your household as a woman, it should be registered in your name. And we see the problems when you get divorced. If your husband is listed as the only person, that leaves you under threat of your security to that site. So there are avenues. Nkuzi is here in Polokwane. There's the LRC. There are other entities that you can approach if you are seeing this as a pattern and that it's a problem where women are being told that they can't register their own rights in their own names. Even if it's a funeral policy or any written document, must be registered in your own name to protect yourself. And even if they tell you no, and you want to dispute that, the best thing I can suggest you do is to put it in writing, address a letter, send it to them and say, I want to be registered, I should be registered in my own name. Just if there's a dispute later on, you can say, or do an affidavit at the police station to say, yes, you also live here, or you are the head of this household. It's always easier to assert your rights if you do have something in writing, if you want to follow up on it at a later stage. The next question was from Sylvia. How to amplify women's voice in decision-making? That is a very difficult question, and I think the law can only take us so far in answering that. It is an issue with social dynamics and social relations, where women need to support each other and have support from senior male leaders in the community to assist women to assert their right in decision-making structures. I know that in Limpopo there is currently they're still in the process of constituting the traditional councils, and our colleagues at LOC are monitoring that process very closely. I think the new deadline is by next year to constitute traditional councils, and women are supposed to be elected 1/3 on those traditional councils. So if you nominate someone or you want yourself to be elected on the traditional council, but you are told no, there are avenues for you to report that. There's LRC, there's LOC, Nkuzi, who are monitoring this very closely. It is a problem, and the lack of representation of women in traditional councils, but also in decision-making entities within government itself. So time to time we'll hear that they'll come and do these conferences like the communal land tenure conference, where they'll just have 2 days and say, okay, tell us all your problems, but that's the end of it. So it is a problem, and I think the obligation does fall on us as the community to repeatedly raise these issues with government structures and to demand an audience and written undertakings that we can follow up on. Oftentimes during meetings they'll undertake to do certain things or come back and assist a community, but they just never come back. So I think for us, again, record keeping is so imperative to hold government leaders to account and to follow up on any undertakings made. The other question was around one household, 1 hectare policy. And the interesting answer is that this policy doesn't even mention prioritizing women, but in practice it ended up benefiting women because women mainly wanted around 1 hectare just for farming for subsistence purposes, and they benefited the most from this policy. And we are not sure why. The reasons given were not good enough as to why this policy wasn't prioritized. Susan had a question linked to one household, 1 hectare under CPAs, and where do they stand? So it is a separate legal process. which governs the CPA entities and redistribution under 1 household, 1 hectare. So the CPA process, it's usually linked to restitution, where land has been restored through restitution and given to a CPA, but it can be created in other instances. But a CPA has a separate legal framework around how it's constituted, its constitution, its members, how it governs itself. And they are also supposed to have equal representation of women who govern the CPAs and principles that the CPA should abide by. Unfortunately, the department is also tasked with overseeing and assisting the CPAs, and we've seen time and time again they say they just don't have capacity to do that, and there are so many issues CPAs experience internally. So unfortunately, we need to take ownership of that as members of CPAs to try and resolve these issues, and where we are having difficulties, then only to escalate it to the department or other NGOs to assist in advancing women's rights within CPAs. And the issue Susan also raised about lack of transparency in terms of allocating land and what is the way forward. So I think that's something we'll have to discuss today on how to take it forward. But like you've identified, one of the key problems is the issue around transparency. We just simply don't know how these decisions are being taken, who is getting paid a kickback for being allocated land. The SIU has done investigations, but not much has come out of those corruption investigations relating to land tenure, specifically linked to restitution projects. One of the cases the LRC is doing in Cape Town right now is directly linked to transparency in the redistribution process by farmers who were overlooked, even though they were clearly the best applicants, and they were farming on the farm in the Western Cape for many years and productively using the farm, but they were overlooked for beneficiaries who were not as qualified to run the farm. So that case is now seeking transparency in the process. In terms of law, we have to, every decision that a state entity takes that affects people's rights must be in line with administrative justice. So what we are asking for is that the process must be transparent and follow the lines of administrative justice, which says that there must be a fair process, reasons must be given for the decision. So that will hopefully allow for some clarity regarding the process. But again, it's a widespread problem, and there is need for greater legal reform and strengthening the whole framework that governs it. At the moment, it's on a case-by-case basis. And we know there's similar issues happening in the Eastern Cape, where these lease agreements given under redistribution are now being converted to ownership, but there isn't a clear process of how the interviews are being conducted, who's being given ownership, and we know that that is going to lead to more problems in future if people are just given the land and to whom the land is going to, and it might not end up being productively used. So I'll stop there and allow my colleagues to assist further. Thank you.
Thank you, Actor. I think most of the questions have been responded to. I'm just going to be focusing on the question about how do we amplify women's voices. Maybe just as a sign of indication, those of us that come from areas that have got tribal councils, so how many in this room went to those meetings where people were being elected? I just need to have an indication. They called, it was announced in community radio stations and sometimes in our SABC radio stations. So I just need to have an indication how many of us in here, when they said come, there are going to be tribal council elections, went. Who heard about that? Who went? Do you attend tribal council meetings when they call for meetings? Okay. So you were not there when they announced that there was going to be a call, there were going to be elections? You were there. Were you chosen, or how many women did they choose? Only 2. The rest were men. And you voted for? Sorry. What I'm trying to highlight here is that it is very, very important. I know we are women, we are carers, we are mothers, we are sisters, we are wives, we are cousins, we are all these things. Ne? But it's very, very important that whenever there are community meetings that are called, ne, we go there and our presence is felt. And then we elect each other. You know, and when I say elect each other, I also mean hore a ke re kgetha na ka go bona hore motho o gona dilo tse itseng a kere, but also to capacitate each other. We can't just sit there and then they say there's a meeting by lo kgetha batho and then we choose to go to the farm. Yes, the farm is also important, but if you don't go there, other people will be there and they will represent you. And you'll say, my voice is not being heard or is not being recognized. So one other way of amplifying our voices is to always make it a point where we attend. Sometimes you might think, this has got nothing to do with me, but it has got everything to do with you. Please, so that we can be the voice of women. And so that when decisions are made, we are actually part of those or those that are represented. Maybe the task for us now is to go back and check in our locality, has there been an election? And if women were chosen, how do we begin to link with those women to push women's issues, and especially issues that are related to land? Thank you.
Dave comes, it's a matter of, or what Shula is saying is very much real. I remember one rural woman in Polokwane mobilized other women, fellow women, to attend the tribal council meetings. And that choro will not continue with the agenda of the day because those women came. They will disperse, they will walk out, they will do everything, but they kept on going. Then that means that in that community, there will not be decisions which are taken. And remember, Polokwane is a mining area. The decisions that they make, they relate to mining development and so forth. Then until the traditional council decided to meet in the presence of those women, you know, sometimes you act silly to push your own agenda. For me to be heard, I must be there. Then the meeting may rather not continue because of my presence. Then over time, they ended up accommodating them. Then they didn't want to be accommodated just to sit there as tokens. They wanted to participate, and now they are participating. Similarly, I know where most of the traditional councils have been elected in Limpopo by the 31st March, but there are other areas where they didn't. Please, let's her lobbying that the residential site which her parents left for them, because both of her parents are late now, the papers had to be changed, and the names of all the siblings appear, which is 2 sisters, including herself and the brother. You see, it's only when you push to be part of decision making that your voice will also be heard. We shouldn't allow people to take decisions for us. Okay? Because some of us, we are activists here, but when we go back home, we are something else. I don't know what gets into us. Before I can attend to your hand, I think Dave had something to say in terms of the question which was asked regarding what did he mean when he said only elderly people are farming? The young people tend to be spectators from the report that he shared. Okay.
Hi Mo, yes, I hope I can be heard. Here's the applicable part from the report. I think it's also helpful to point out that at the end of my presentation I was talking about recommendations, but really in the preceding parts, for much of it, I'm not telling you what should be. I'm telling you what the data says is actually happening on the ground. So I'm sharing my screen. I don't know if Zara's managing to get it up. I'll just sort of trust that you're seeing my screen. So this is a graph. This is the age distribution of female-headed agrarian households, and this is the age distribution of male-headed agrarian households. So male, female, and I'll just trust everybody can see it. Look, on this axis, over here, this line goes from 0, 5%, 10%, 15, 20, 25, 30, 40, 50%. And you've got these groups. I'm not even sure if my cursor is visible to you. So the first 3 set of bar graphs, it's for the youth, people, in this case, female-headed households where the head is under 35 years of age, adults aged 36 to 50, adults aged 50 to 60, and pensioners, those over 60. And basically, blue is farmers, or farming households. Orange is farm workers, and grey is farm dwellers. And basically, what I want you to take note of is the blue graph. So for those under 35 years of age, the blue under 10%, it goes up. So there's a larger proportion of small-scale farmers and adults aged 36 to 50, female-headed households. It dips, it goes down a bit, but then it's highest over here for retired, for pensioners. So actually, if you look at the blue, it sort of dips between 50 and 60, but it kind of goes up like so. So farming households are actually older, and it's amongst the male-headed households the effect's even stronger. So if you look at the blue bar graph again, you can see it's here, then it goes there, then it goes there, then it goes there. This group is those less than 35, this is 36 to 50 years, this is those 51 to 60, and this is pension-age people over 60. And you can see for male-headed farming households, the largest single category, constituting almost 40%, I don't know, about 37%, 38%, of them are retired, they're pensioners. So what I'm suggesting is from the data, we can see that people who say that they are farmers, they're more likely to be older. Whether this is ideal, whether something can be done with the youth, whether youth could or should be involved in farming, those are different questions. But I'm saying the data shows us that when you look at the age profile of farmers, both in male-headed households and female-headed households, this category, the over 60s, tend to be the largest single category. I hope that makes sense and helps and tries to points to some of what I was saying.
trend is moving. The trend is moving. The trend is moving. And for the reports which were presented, I think some copies are on your tables. We still have got soft copies available to share with you, especially for the Muleji and the agrarian households survey. We will share also soft copies. And as for the one which ACTA shared is also available on the website for you to access. Then the LRC website is very much active and alive. Then without, do we have any hands? I want to close the session. Okay, thank you so much. Can we clap hands for ourselves? You know, the reason I'm saying we clap, I've observed or I didn't see the civil society being the one which asked questions, because the report were presented mainly by the members of the civil society. Then if we are indeed in a dialogue, we should question one another. If I've spoken, you should be able to clarify me as to what did you mean by X, Y, Z. Then we are indeed in a dialogue, but it doesn't end here. It has to continue. Now I want to move with the program given the time. I'm not rushing anybody, but I wonder whether we can manage to have 3 minutes sharing. I know we have got too much to share. With the remaining 20 minutes, we get, let me say, 5 minutes tops for each to share on their experiences in line with what the report has shared. What are the life experiences of the deprivation or advancing of women's land rights in your respective corners? And as you are sharing, remember I'm giving you a maximum of 5 minutes. If you go beyond, I will cut you as a woman, but not in a negative way. I will politely come in. Again, for the sake of time, we still have got people who will still have to travel to Johannesburg today. Then the people who will come here, I'll want you to come and share as people from Batowolang. You must come and share and tell us your experience on how you are dealing with land issues in your area. And if you have secured land, how are you using it and how is it benefiting you or not benefiting you? Then the next, after them, a woman from the Rural Women's Assembly will come and share with us their life experience. Then we'll have a woman from the farming communities. Then I think the only name I have here is Memage. I don't know who else. Sesula, maybe you can help me in guiding that. Or now go back to Roland, who is talking. Maybe let's start from the bottom. Memage, can you come and share with us your experiences of living on the farm and land rights for women? Memage. Lesa magwala acheche le morao.
a leboga nna ke nna Selaelo a botse ba no ntwaela o mpitša Selaelo mane Selaelo maake o kwa motšatši Skloof ke moka mo ke nyaka ono ke be ke no le ye nngwenyana ke be ke nyaka go botsisa o la le sa bolela ka mo re ke be ke no twa taba yona o ka re yanelela ka ra di rurale ene nna re dula dipolaseng ene ja dipolaseng ke sa na ape ja di go tsenelela gore motho a kgone go twanyana something.
Okay.
Ee.
Her name is Selaelo Maake, commonly known as Mane Selaelo. Then while people were still asking questions or presenting, she got worried that nothing is being said about people on farms.
Ka baka la gore nna ke dula dipolaseng bothata ba ka be le bjana bjo bja gore ka gore ke dula dipolaseng a ke no twa eno ganelela ka ra di rurale ka ra dipolase e seyo.
She kind of felt lost because the emphasis was on rural areas. Then she said, what about people on farms? We know that the farming communities are in rural areas, but nothing on the report, according to her, was said about the people on farms.
Yele mo polaseng ye nna ke dula wa yona ha ona le gore le o ka ba le peace ya gore o ka kgona o lema o ka se leme.
Okay.
Ka baka la gore o tshwantse o tshwara letšepe wa re ke to lema mo ke moka o a emelela ra polase gore e seng mo polaseng yaka.
Where she comes from, you cannot even farm for your family, because the moment you start farming, the land owner or the farmer will come and say, not here.
And e lore e ke bolela so re generation number 5 mo polaseng a kere ke moka her le generation number 5 ke bolela ka bo makhulu kuku wa ka gore ke di generation number 1 yana kwa polaseng o fitela ebile nna ke tloba generation number 5. So o le ka mkho kwa polaseng ya ra gore a ke modudi wa o ta ke sepela ka ta ka dula kwa polaseng ke motho ya bebetše kwa polaseng ke na le 62 years ana bjale mara ke bebetše kwa polaseng.
What Miss Selaelo is saying is that their family and ancestors have been on the land over years. She is the 5th generation of occupiers on the land. She's even over 60 now.
62.
So she's now 62, but still on the land.
Re mo polaseng ye re ka se le o ka se leme he ke re ke a lema le ana bjale tše dingwe tša dibeu tše di bo mo fase ke tlile le tšona mara re lema dipolaseng tše dingwe mo ba re dumelela gore re leme not kwa re dulago.
Miss Selaelo is one of the people who brought these seeds here. Then the seeds that she has, they are out of the farming activities on other farms, not where they live.
So re ba le di challenge ja jo ja gore ke nyaka o tseba gore like ana bjale o ngwe ke ya go twa gore di solution di a da gore batho di place ba ba dula o di rural area le khumana bjang di solution ja di problems tše le bilona jo kwa morago. So borena ba di place ne le nna ke nyaka o tseba ka mkhwana gore ka gore re yona ke no re ke metsi e 5 ye se jukwa mara ona ntho ka idea o ka se lema o ka se dia se le yona black e yona thuso re ka ikhumana bjane.
How do we get help for us to farm on the land where we live? We are the remnant of a community which was on the land, and now we are 5 families, but we can't do anything. The land is there. You see it with your eyes, but you can't do anything on it. I think that is a main concern.
Problem ye khulu ye re bona yone. Re ro nyaka gore batho ba khone re thusa.
Okay, she needs ideas as to how can they exercise their rights on the land where they live.
Ke a leboga.
Thank you.
O mpha ditsebe a lena. Thank you.
I don't have to translate what she said again. You are digesting, then you will respond. Okay. The next batch, Batuola.
I think the Batuola case is very interesting.
interesting. The person that was supposed to represent is not here. And I'm saying this because she rushed to the tribal council this morning for a case of land that they were given. And then when she got there, there are serious disputes from what she's saying. So they had to take her back to the land to be sure. And it became a sort of a court case in a way. Because the other group took the other money for the other side. So I'm just thinking that if we have time later on, it would just be very interesting for her to share with us what some of those challenges have been and what are they currently doing about those, of which one of those was for today, where land was purchased and then the other person from the council put another person while they have already fenced and all that. So they were trying to resolve that today. So it took long because normally they sit from 7 o'clock and she's saying that she finished, I think, about 30 minutes back, so she's driving this end. Yeah, but we have got one representative that can share as well, but I was just thinking that that part in terms of the challenges in working with tribal councils might be interesting for a number of people because she is coming from one now. That's why she delayed. I guess maybe Sis Emma versus Constance Roy, and then maybe later we can have another representative from Batogolang. Then if she's not yet here later, we can just give a chance to share with us what has happened. Thank you.
We are the women. No women no cry. We are the women. No woman no cry. We are the women. No woman no cry. We are the women. No woman no cry. So Zabalaza. Absheni, Ndemacheloni, Sanbonani, Dumelang, Tovela. I'm sure we're dying, Queen. Mina.
Okay. She's greeting you all.
My name is Tammy. My name is Tammy Constance Wambodi.
Yeah, she's Tammy Constance, and the same name you had it.
I'm a member of Mopani Farmers Association. Rural Women's Assembly. It's an assembly of rural women in Sadak region, actually. It's not only here in Limpopo, but it started here in Limpopo. I'm a farmer. I have cattle, I have got pigs, and I produce food. I think we have gathered here with one cause, which is land and land access. So in our RWA, what we are doing is very similar to what was being said here. And then it means that we, as women, we are facing the same challenges. The same challenges that we are facing in Limpopo are the same challenges that women are facing wherever they are. So, in RWA,
I will firstly tell you briefly what we are doing in Rwa. What we are doing now in Rwa, we are on a recruitment drive whereby we are recruiting more women so that we may have a strong voice as women. We are going deep into rural areas, deep in the rural areas to find women who are there. And then we introduce them to Rwa and its activities. We are also introducing them to agroecology because we don't want a situation whereby women and their children goes to bed hungry. So what we are doing, we are capacitating them on how to farm agroecologically, how to make their own compost, how to make their pesticides, fertility trench pits, as we don't have much water as Limpopo. Another thing, we are introducing them to the UNDROP, the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of the Peasants. Because most of us there, we don't know that we as peasants, we do have rights. And then with those rights, South Africa is one of the countries which signed those rights. So we must hold them accountable. But for us to hold them accountable is when we know of these rights. And then one more other thing that we are doing, okay, we cannot talk about agroecology without talking about climate change. That also we are capacitating women on, because we found that most of our women, they are deserting our areas, cutting down trees, burning trees like hell. So we also capacitate them on what is climate change causes, mitigation and adaptation strategies. And us as women farmers, how do we adapt to the changes of the climate? Also, the issue of land access, it's a problem to us all, because even in our areas, it's very hard to access land as a woman. Though we are pushing the campaign of 1 woman, 1 hectare, and then a hectare with water, because you cannot farm without water. Those are the campaigns that we are doing now as Rwa, to say we need that land, we really need that land. And then also we are saying that we need transparency on land redistribution as to who are the people who benefited from the expropriation of land, because with us there, we've never seen anyone who has benefited. And it's still a challenge if you are a widow like me to access land, because bazokutshela ukuthi awunayo indoda. Where am I getting to find a man, a husband? Because mine is dead. So it's still a problem, because you have to run from pillar to post, and you don't get assisted because you don't have a husband. And then also some of our women were evicted from their farms because their husbands are no more, and you don't have to hold the title as a woman. Also, to start with projects, you find that women has got brilliant ideas which they want to put on the ground, but for them to access land through the traditional authorities is also very difficult, because you have to pay a lot of money. Now in our area, you have to pop out 8,000 for you to have a permission to occupy the land. And there are many red tapes if you want to get the PTO. And when applying for funds, it's also very difficult if you don't have a PTO. So we think that they did that on purpose, so that we don't access funding from wherever, because we don't have the PTOs. And then the chiefs also are harassing us a lot as women, because somehow you have to give yourself to them for you to access what you want to access. And then that situation propels you sometimes to go and give yourself up for you to access land, because you know that as you are a widow like me, you need land to survive. You need land to grow food for your children. You need land to grow food for you to sell and feed your children. So the issue of land is it's for us all, whether you are from an urban area or from a rural area. It's a cross-cutting issue for us all. It's like the issue of land. It's a cross-cutting issue for us all. It's like the issue of this climate, this planet that we living in. And then we are saying that we only have one, and of which, if we don't use the natural resources that are here irresponsible, it means that it's affecting us all. And this climate change that we're talking about will go on and on. So there's nothing new on what we are doing, because hearing upon all the reports and all the speakers who spoke here, we are fighting for one cause. There's one goal that we want to achieve, which is of land and water. And one more other issue that is very important to me is the issue of patriarchy. There are many cases of women who are being abused, whether in the fields, at homes, in the workplace. We are having many cases that we are following of women who are being harassed, who are being abused, and then you go to report, you find that there's no assistance, there's no help. When you go to the chief, they will tell you that you don't report the case. You sit down and talk as families. You go to the police station today, you report the case. The perpetrator tomorrow is around here. So we are also addressing the issues of gender-based violence and femicide, because we are living with men as rural women. We are living with men who are abusing us on a daily basis, who are killing us on a daily basis. So all these things that I've spoken about here, they interconnected, interlinked. So we cannot talk about talk about land without talking of a woman. Because to me, I associate land with a woman, because all the things that we see here on the face of the earth comes from the belly of Mother Earth, and all people that we are seeing here comes from the belly of a woman, you see. So they are interconnected, interrelated. So I think we can join and speak louder for us to be heard. There are women out there. Let us go back and reach out to those women. She was saying that we are activists when we are here, but going back home, we go and sit down folding our hands. And then while you were speaking here, I raised my hand and you said that you will come back to me. Now I was elected by the chief, because he didn't elect me to be the trust manager because he liked me. It was because I was very vocal. I was making noise. And then they said that, no, we must choose this one and make her trust manager, that role of trust manager. And I agreed. But they dismissed me with immediate effect. Because, yeah, they chased me with immediate effect. Because what made them to chase me was, I didn't allow them to take decisions for the people. And then when the House agrees, I said, no, we are here for the people. And there should be nothing about them without them. We must consult with the people. And then when the money comes, I will say, no, we need to be transparent. I heard many people here talking of transparency. And I said, we need to be transparent. We need to tell the people how much money came in. They said, no, you've got a lot of airtime. And then because I was not siding with them. So by so saying, I want to encourage us as women that when we go back, we mustn't just go and sit down and fold our hands. We must go and advocate for this land that we are talking about. We must go engage with our municipalities, locally, provincially, and also nationally, and tell them that now we are the guardians of love, seeds, and love. You see. So one more other thing that we are doing is capacitating women on anti-pollution, because most of our women are throwing pampers in the rivers. So we go on a cleaning campaign whereby we come together as women, go to the rivers, wherever they are pampers, we go there, collect the pampers, dig and put them in the pits. So that's what we are doing as Rwa women. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mama Koni. Thank you. For the sake of me having stopped you to speak earlier, I compensated. I gave you extra time. I don't want her to dismiss me with immediate effect, like they did unto her. Yeah, I think the stories they shared, they are really touching. And that is exactly what they experience in their daily life. And they also give effect to some of the things that were shared in the reports. We are not fabricating, guys. This is real. And many a time we don't talk about them. Gone are the days of you not talking about these things. I said, nah, what will people say? Let's talk among ourselves. You may find that what you are experiencing, the other person is experiencing, and together you can join your heads and chart a way forward as to what you do to change the situation. Let's clap for them. Okay, now because we have behaved, we have earned our lunch. We will now break for lunch, and unfortunately for those who have connected virtually, we cannot send food on Teams or YouTube. I would love to share, but it's not possible. Next time, ne? Yeah, but it won't be on me. We will find the sponsor. Yeah, now we will break for lunch and come back exactly at 2 o'clock. Let's go and have food. Mamraka will distribute the meal cards. As you go out, she will give to you. Let's go and do the ministry of the stomach. Then we will come back at 2 o'clock on the dot. Thank you. You have been a lovely audience. Straight up. Take it down. Again. Down. The right one. Stretch it. Don't touch the person next door. Up. You are out of the game. You are still stretching when we are up. Touch your ear to the next. Touch your ear. You can have a conversation with it. We don't have to hear it. Talk to your ear. Talk to your ear that though traditionally this session is considered a graveyard session, I'm not going to sleep because I'm here for the community. I'm not here for myself. I'm not going to sleep. Itan. Your ear. Take it down. This one. You're talking to your ear. It's gonna listen. No sleeping. You're gonna listen. Shula, you are out of the game. Your ear, Shula. Yes. This is a commitment, ne? This is a commitment, ne? That we are going to listen attentively to the next presentations like we did with the first one. Can we clap for ourselves? So far, we are good participants in a dialogue. We are not misbehaving. Thank you. Welcome back to our second session, which is also the last session for the day. Then if we do well time-wise, we'll be done by 3:30. Then unless if you want to prolong until 5 o'clock, it's fine. But dinner will not be served. Okay? Okay. Okay, I think we have dealt with the first part of the day, and now we are going to the second part of the session. I'm not sure whether our next lead person is ready. Wow, you know, today we are doing good. It means these women, they really had a conversation with whoever they needed to talk to before they come here. We also want to acknowledge our Sophie is here, the woman behind the challenges with the traditional leadership structure at Ramothapo. She's at the back. She finally came and she brought some leaves here. I don't know what they are for, but she will share later as to what leaves are they meant for. Without waste of time, I want to welcome the next presenter. I did some reading on them. The moment I see their name on the program, then I understand that they are going to share with us on the numbers relating to women and land. And this sharing is not just from Norway. They have done some research on women and land. They've not only in South Africa, Southern Africa, and Africa as a whole. Then what they are going to share with us, we must take notes so that we can use it when we plan for advocacy. Ekta and Shula, when they were sharing, even David, when they were sharing on the reports, there were numbers involved. And those numbers, you should not just absorb them as they are. They should prompt you for action or question as to why are things the way they are. Is it normal for them to be like that? Then that alone should drive you to action, to change. And this action, it should not be by others, but women themselves who are affected. Hence, I said, let's have a conversation with our ears, that we must listen so that whatever we receive here, we go and feedback for action with the people who sent us here. Then I want to welcome to the stage, though visually, our very own friend, Debbie Patlenda, to come and share with us as to how do numbers and women and land relate. Thank you. Over to you, Debbie.
Thank you very much. And I'm glad to be here, and it was nice seeing on the screen some of you sitting around. I do need to be able to share because I've made a little presentation. I hope it's, choose what you want to share. Okay, just wait, window, and there, I think, yeah. Should come, share. Can you see the presentation?
Yes.
Hello? Can you see the presentation?
Yes.
Yes, you can. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we do.
I don't know whether I should continue because I can't hear anything.
Yes, we do hear you. Yes, we do hear you. Yes, we do hear you.
And
Yes, we
can
do.
you see my presentation? Or could you see my presentation when I have it? You can see it.
Yes, we can see your presentation. Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you. So, from beginning. So I'm going to start with some budget numbers, and there are not too many of these, but I looked at the budget for the Department of whatever it's called now. It's called Land and it changes its name, and Rural Development all the time. But this first page with lots and lots of numbers is the budget, the overall budget for the department. You can see here, this is 2024-25 that I'm pointing at, and these are millions of rand, and so it's got 16,708 million rand is given to the department. And of that...
The presentation isn't changing.
No. Oh, I don't know why not. Can you see some budget numbers now? No? Okay, let me try again. Can you see now a page with lots of numbers? Hello? Hello?
Yes, we
Okay, so now you can see the head, this is the introduction thing, there's the numbers, and here's the numbers, okay? You can see it?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so let me try and... Okay. So here is the total amount that goes to the department, 16,708 million. And program 3, which is food security, land reform and restitution, that's the one we're most interested in, I think. It gets 9,397 million. So it gets more than half, 54% of the department's budget. So that's sort of a good start. Now, can you see a change screen? Hello? Can you see a change screen?
No, the screen has
Can you see it?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, okay. Yes. Okay, the budget indicators, and I'll make it big again. Okay, so the government budget doesn't only give the amount allocated, it also says what is government going to do with it. And here we can see food security. These are all the indicators relating to that program. And we can see in 2024-25, government is going to support 60,000 subsistence and smallholder producers. But we also see that last year it supported double that amount. So it's decreasing, it's halving the amount of support it gives. We see it's going to allocate 44,000 hectares, which is a bit more than it allocated last year. We see it's going to finalize 389 land claims, but it's finalized 459 last year. So some of the things are going up, but others of the things are going down. Now, can you see words now? Hello? Can you see words?
Hi, could you please put your presentation full screen?
When I do that, it doesn't seem to go on. That's why I'm asking, can you see that it's now got words? It's changed.
Yes, we do see that.
Okay, right. So another bit that's useful is to look at something called the Agricultural Land Holding Account that was established in 2009 by an act of parliament that had happened a long time before. And this is the act that allows the minister to buy land so that the department can speed up land redistribution. And the budget book says that over the next 3 years, the account aims to buy 102,000 hectares for redistribution. 50% is to be allocated to women, 40% to youth, and 10% to people with disabilities. Which looks good when you first look at it, but makes me worried, because what I'm going to talk about later is women live in households. And does one redistribute to individuals, or does one redistribute to households? The second problem is that this adds up to 100%, but on none of the youth women and on none of the women youth, or on none of the people with disabilities women. So the way this is termed is a bit silly, because it doesn't realize that people have age, they have gender, and they have ability or disability. And I wonder how that translates into what they actually do. Another problem is that they're planning to buy 32,000 hectares this year, but this is a lot less than the 50,000 they bought in 2022-23. And the reason is that all of government's budgets have been cut, and this is one of the things they cut. Okay, now we're going to look at some numbers on people. Can you see that the screen has changed?
No, the screen hasn't changed.
So it doesn't say some people numbers.
No, it's still on Agri land holding account.
Yeah, this is okay. Now can you see some people numbers?
Yes.
Okay, I'll go. Okay. So I'm going to talk now about a survey that I managed a long time ago, probably I think it was about 2009 or so, for LARC, or what was then LARC, and we interviewed 3,000 women, rural women, in 3 different sites. So there was a Msinga in what was the KwaZulu homeland during apartheid, Kaiskamahoek, which was the Ciskei homeland, and Ramatlabama, which is an area in northwest, but people had been forcibly removed to that area. So we chose those areas because they had different types of tenure and different histories, and they also had different cultures. Msinga generally was more traditional, and Ramatlabama was the least traditional. And one of the important things we did is that we didn't go and look for the main woman in the household. We didn't look for the head of household if she was sorry, just hold a moment. No, I'm lecturing, I can't hear. Okay. We didn't ask for the head of household if the head was a woman or the wife of the head. We chose what's called randomly, but it means we chose in a way that we had an equal chance of choosing everybody, as long as they were 18 years and above. Because one of the problems for me with looking only at woman-headed households is, what about all the other women in the house? Do they not get taken into account? And we know that often the woman head of household is not the most disadvantaged. What about her daughter-in-law? What about her daughter? Or her mother? What we found was that marriage is often considered an important thing of the status of a woman and whether she should get land. But we found that marriage was very different across the 3 areas. Msinga was very interesting in that they have a very, very long marriage process. It's not only lobola, but you've got to do this and you've got to do that, and it can take years and years. And in fact, 80% of the women who said they were married were not fully married. They were ganile rather than gidile. So a lot of women die when they are half married. And that also affects their rights and what they're entitled to and their status. And in Ramatlabana, there were a lot of people living without being married, what they called fat and sit. You fat a woman and you sit with her. Or I suppose the woman could fat the man and sit with him. Okay, we did not use the concept of household head. Members of the household must be listed from oldest to youngest, and we wanted to know everybody's relationship to everybody else. So firstly, if we just look at marital status of all the women, and this is taking all of the women in the households into account. So we can see that actually there are a lot of never married women. Probably altogether the same amount as they are married. There are also a lot of widowed. And then there are little bits of other things. You can see also it differs between Kaiskamahoek, the blue, Msinga, the red, and the yellow Ramatlabama. So
Sorry,
the,
please. The slideshow hasn't moved.
oh, sorry. Okay, I think you can probably see it now.
Yes, we can.
Yeah. So you can see never married and married are about the same overall, but in Ramatlabama, far more of them are never married, while in Msinga, far more of them are married, even if only halfway married. And then also there are quite a lot of widows, but not that many in Ramatlabama, I think because people don't get married in the first place. Then we looked at mothers because our main objective in the research was to see, are women getting land? And what we'd heard from discussions beforehand is that women could get land if they had children. They couldn't get land if they didn't have children. But getting land if they had children, even if there was no man around, was a way that customary law had changed to allow that. It's what's living customary law. So we saw that mothers, okay, more of them were married than in any other category, but less than half overall were married. The second biggest category was people who had never been married, and then those were widowed. So if we're focusing and saying it's only married women who have status and can get something, there's a problem. Let me just go. Okay, here's the next one. We asked the woman who owns the homestead, the household. And here I've given the results only for the women who were in a partnership, either married or living with somebody. And you can see of those who were married, Those who were married, far more of them said the husband was the owner than said mine. But almost equal to the husband's was, it belongs to both me and my partner. And then there was 20% who said it belongs to my husband or partner's family. If you look at those who widowed, the percentage who said it's mine increases because the man is out of the picture, but there were still a lot who said it belongs to my husband or partner, which is interesting. And it's like the husband lives on in his ownership of the land, and then there was a joint homestead thing. So it's different ideas of ownership and different ideas of when you are dead, or what death means in terms of ownership. We asked who acquired the land. If you look at, this is residential plots, so sort of the house. Woman in 11%, husband or partner in the in nearly a quarter, and both of us 14%. But then there's also my parents, my father, my husband's family, so some has been handed down. If you look at fields, it's much less women. And the biggest thing is my husband's family. So the residential plot could often be more recent, but whether you get a field is also determined a lot by the history of the family. This is the percentage of women who acquired the land themselves. And this slide was very important for our research, because what our hypothesis was that after 1994, when the Constitution came in and when there was a much wider realization that women have rights too, women have equal rights, something changed in relation to whether women could get access to land for themselves, because not as individuals, but the woman could get the land. It wasn't only coming through the men. So we see before 1994, only sorry, I've lost my thing just. Before 1994, far fewer never married women got the land themselves, and then it jumps after 1994. With married, they were very unlikely to get it themselves because there was a man to get it. Widowed also increased amazingly after 1994. So passing the Constitution and spreading information about women's rights actually had an impact on customary law, and one that you can see in the numbers. Just a few more. Ownership is not everything, because you can own, sometimes the land might be owned by somebody else, but you can use it and benefit from it. Here you can see the red is me, so it's the woman, and garden plot, woman, nearly half of the users. Fields, less often, and that was sometimes because the fields weren't used by anybody. And then in one of the areas there were irrigation scheme plots. That was, I think, in the Kaiskama Hook, and that also was often women who were working on it. Again, you need to look at the situation in a particular area and see what are women's needs, what is women's situation, and what are their needs there. We asked people who decides what happens to the land, how it's used, and the answers varied. But we then asked, if you are deciding, on what basis are you the decision maker? And if we look at residential plot, the land is mine because I inherited it, because I am the wife, because I am the daughter, I'm not involved in decision making at all, or some other answer. If you look at the garden plot, land is mine, the woman's plots belong to woman, or they're the wife, or inherited, or his daughter, but they're much more often involved in decision making. Fields, 33%, no decision making. So when we're talking about land, what sort of land are we talking about? And then this is my, just wait. This is my final one. So I'm saying headship to me doesn't make sense, because I think when we talk about a household head, some people are talking about who makes the decisions, but which decisions are they talking about? Some people are talking about who brings the most money into the household. Other people are talking about who is it who traditionally and according to our custom is the most important. And we never say, I am defining the head in this way. We just ask people, who is the head? So how can we base so much on something that we don't know what we're talking about? So in this analysis, I looked at numbers. So here, if you look at male and female headed households, so this is households that have been reported to be male and female. In one-person households, the man is the head. Most of the time, it's mostly blue, and the woman's, we know that. Men are more likely to live alone, and this is across cultures, across countries. Women are less likely to be independent in that way. They're more likely to have kids. So, if we look at couples, this is couples without children. Man is usually regarded as the head, but there are a few where the woman is reported to be the head. If you look at a couple with one or more children, again, most of them are men, but there are some where the woman is said to be the head. If you look at lone parents, so this is an adult and children, their own children, that's usually the women are heads, but there are some men. And extended is all others with grannies and grandpas and other people related. Composite is when you have some non-relations living there. The extended is more or less equally divided between woman head and man head, but it's actually more women than men. Which is interesting. But my issue is that when people say woman-headed household, I think some people have in their head a widow. So it's a woman who did have a man, but there's no man now. Other people have in their head a woman with children, but no man around, which is like the lone parent. But who is thinking of these other households where women are heads? What are we talking about when we talk about women-headed households? And shouldn't we find another way of describing the situation of women when we're talking about benefits and needs? Oops, I wanted to stop sharing. Where do I stop sharing? Hello?
Yes, it doesn't appear on the screen anymore.
Okay, great. Good. So I hope I haven't confused you all completely. Any questions?
Yes. Yeah, we are thankful, Debbie, for sharing this. Numbers and women. Then I want to invite questions from the floor where you seek clarity and also some comments. Because numbers may mean different things to different people. Can I request colleagues, let me start with the online colleagues, if there's any question or input. Okay. In the house, what is our take on the presentation which was just concluded? Yes, I acknowledge your hand. Any other hand? As I acknowledge you, please walk over to here, close to the mic. We love you and want to hear you. And we welcome some other guests at the back. We didn't see them coming. Okay, over to you, Mpho.
Afternoon. My name is Mpho Lebelo from Rural Democracy Trust. Debbie, thank you for the presentation. I think I just have one question of clarity. So in terms of determining women who are half married, I guess, if you could just maybe clarify that for us. And then also in your numbers, you were talking about women who are married, unmarried, and widowed. What happened to the women that you classified as half married? And what is their land ownership? Thank you.
Is there any other question? Any question in the house? Even those who joined us now, you can still ask a question as long as you heard the presentation. There's no further question. Debbie, over to you.
We had discussions with people before we did it in each area, and on our questionnaire, we actually asked, are you Ganile, are you Gidile, are you widowed? So we had those separate categories already because of the discussions that we'd had with people. And we checked for it in the other areas and they didn't know anything about such a thing. I think if somebody was Ganile and the partner died, they would still say they were widowed. Does that answer?
Yes, I see a note on the side of Mpho. It means she's answered. Then, colleagues, the numbers are important. The numbers are important. It's not only the numbers for women, access to land, and those who are able to make decisions. The other important...
Sorry, we're not hearing anything from the meeting.
Yeah, I'm not hearing anything now either.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen, numbers are very important in the kind of work that we do. It's not numbers in terms of the people whom we interact with or who are affected. It also talks to how much is allocated to do work towards ensuring that the groups that we work with, they've got secured tenure. They are able to can access land. They are able to can use it productively to feed their families and sell the surplus and so forth. Then as Debbie was presenting, I could pick a bit of everything in line with what the numbers are for. Then many a time when you hear the numbers, you tend to shut your ears, saying that this is for the accountants, the mathematicians, and so forth. The kind of work that we do without the numbers is meaningless, because there's no way that you can support the groups that you work with without them being supported to engage with the budget. And it's not limited to budget of the municipality, even the departmental budget. You need to know how much is available to advance the cause of women. And I think Debbie was able to can outline on that. And that being the case, we do have also the next presenter in the form of an official of the Department of Water and Sanitation. Then just to give a bit of a background on this presentation, we have had back in 2017, if not mistaken, a sister organization supporting farm dwellers in KwaZulu-Natal that they had filed a court matter, litigated government over failure to provide basic services for people on farms. Because farm dwellers, farm workers, they are people and citizens like you and me in South Africa. And this litigation resulted into a court judgment and order for municipalities to provide sanitation, water, and waste removal on farms. And though the matter was for people in KZN within the Mgungundlovu municipality, it is applicable to the farm dwellers and farm workers throughout the country. And following that, the Department of Sanitation, Water and Sanitation, they embarked upon a policy development process, which was also done in consultation with other stakeholders, including the civil society and groups which work with people who live and work on farms. And today in this meeting, we do have a presentation by Mr. Itani Chihatu, who is here with his colleague, Ntate Siboniso Ndlovu, to present on that policy on water service provision on land which is privately owned. Then over to you, Mr. Chihatu. Please, let's listen so that we can be able to engage with the presentation and also be able to can apply it in our lives. Thank you.
Di Masiari, Dumelang, good afternoon. Yeah, as program director has already said, by the name I'm Itani, so ndi amach Venda, ndivane pa Limpopo, so kubolela Venda, so kitlo presenta as Venda today, so horror the program director don't translate. Mara ka re setsele after lunch ke tlo no o motshwarela ke tlo presenta ka English, so I'm not sure program director if do I need to project or it will be projected. Okay. So yeah, while she's still sorting out the projection issue of the presentation so that we can move together so that you will also see what I'll be presenting on. So I'm here to share with you the approved policy on water and sanitation services on privately owned land. I'm from the Department of Water and Sanitation in Pretoria, head office. We are responsible for the development of national water and sanitation policies. So as you're getting right, okay. So okay, yeah. So this presentation was this policy. It was triggered by the court case in 2019 in Pietermaritzburg High Court. More ruling or the farm dwellers, they were denied access to basic services like your water and sanitation services, amongst other basic services, and you are removed refusal. So the farm owner, or relate to the farm dweller, they wanted to build themselves their own toilet ya mabula, bona kere. So the farm owner are no ikasidiye because he was farming nta planta sugarcane. I get to lobitsa ngas vendor re ke moba kere. So are no about ba entloenyane because their number 2 is very important for his sugarcane. So through the assistance of the AFRA, which is the Association for Rural Development Advancement, by those farm dwellers, which was the late Mr. Zabalazam Shengu and Tabisil and Tombi Futingema. And then they take the matter to Peter Marisburg High Court. Then the court found out that the farm owner, together with the district municipality and WSA and the local municipality, which was Umsunduzi, and together with our department, because we are responsible for overseeing the water and sanitation provision, we violated the basic rights for sanitation and water services to those people. Because batho ba la le metsi a ona ntse ba inwa metsi a nokeng a ba sa dumela o fuwa metsi a dipompini ba share metsi le di kgomo. So ba re tshwantse gore re make sure gore as the department re tla le legislative framework. So that's why re tle policy and ba fetsa ape ba order ra farmer gore tshwantse ra ensure gore the farm dwellers ba le access into le potable water and basic sanitation. So that's why re tle policy or batho ba la le bona ba mapolasing ba ba bereka mapolasing le ba nna mapolasing ba kgona ba le access le basic water and sanitation. So we can go to, I don't know what's wrong with my, we can go straight to the slide that talks about the example of implementation. Yes. So you heard the earlier the presenter was talking about agrarian household, where he talked about farm worker household and farm dwellers household. So with this policy, we are aware of the instances where there may be people because of different cases. Land claim. So we are saying that if there is an agreement and those people they are staying there, so the farmer plus the farm owner can enter into an agreement with the WSA and our what we call in our legislation water services intermediary, supplier batwala ka kantu ka basic services, because batwala ba bereke mo yena and ba ntimola. So mara if batho ba bereka for plus, if the people they are working for the farmer, then the WSA they must ensure that the farmer provide the basic services to those people because they are his employees. We can go to the second slide, redress. Yeah, so we came up with this policy position, redress. So redress and access is just to say we are rectifying what is wrongly done, then we ensure that we give people access. So policy position here itle because when we were doing conceptualization, we realized some people who are living privately on land, they are still denied access to basic water and sanitation even during this democracy. So we are saying that we achieve this issue of redress and access, as the department, as they say, charity begins at home. So we are saying in our policy, we will have, we'll ensure that within our water use license, we have a condition that will compel or we will review our water use license to ensure that we do have a condition that will ensure that the farmer or commercial farmer, they set aside a portion of water for their employee, and that water must be ensured that it comply with the drinking water quality standard. Even our policy, one of our policy, the 2003 policy strategic framework for water services, it does. Sorry, let me put my phone in silence. Sorry, I just want to put my phone in silence. So it does ensure that it has a provision that says that the WSA, the Water Services Authority, which is the responsibility, which is the municipality which has got executive responsibility to ensure that everyone within their area, everyone who live within their area, they've got access to basic water and sanitation services, including those people. So masipala o tshwanetse gore a ensure ke responsibility ya masipala or ensure or everyone within their jurisdiction, they do have that access. So masipala o tshwanetse gore a bone gore ntho e ya gore batho ba nna ka fase a yena le ba nna dipolaseng le ba nna ba bereka mining ba nna ko ona ko teng ba na le access to metsi for this basic water and sanitation services. Then we've got the policy position that talks to a right of entry by authorities. So this one, when we were developing a policy, it came because we realized that most of the WSA, the municipalities, they are willing to provide. Some have already started. Metsi le ko dipolaseng mara challenge iba di farm owners ba bangwe they deny the municipality or ba tsene dipolaseng tsa bona ba kgona fa batho metsi, and they use the constitution section 14 which talks about the right to privacy and section 25 which talks about the right of property. But however, each right has got limitation. We've got section in the constitution, we've got section 36 which talks about limitation of right. That's why even during COVID our movement right was limited. So the right to privacy and right to property cannot supersede the right ya gore motho abe le basic water and sanitation for their livelihood. So hence clearly this policy position to say if the municipality or any person or any water services institution, enter, they can go to the private property for the purpose of conducting their official duties, or if banyako or basic water and sanitation services, they can do that with or without notice, because we have identified that most of landowners they are preventing them entrance. And we are also saying that the municipalities, or within their bylaws, or prescript that will talk to a right of entry so that they are enabled to enter the private property. We can move to next slide. So the issue of tenure, we can move to next slide. My driver. Tenure, thank you. The issue of tenure, which has been said here several times with the different speakers who were here before me. So it is also a challenge in terms of the ownership of land, which is a tenure issue. So we've also identified as a serious challenge in terms of those people living privately on land. But however, even though those people basically busy carry land claims, what is to confirm what their tenure issue, it doesn't mean that they must not have access to basic water and sanitation. So we are saying in cases where there is a agreement or contract that exists within with the resident and the private landowner, they can operationalize the issue of what a landowner being a water service intermediary, because we are also aware of the realities that the places in Chukra the whole maspala, the systems are maspala are connected thing. So that's why Rodumela Rizama or operationalize even the issue or if the landowner is willing, a water services intermediary are provided on behalf of the municipality. But in cases where there is a lack of clarity in terms of tenure issue, people that are still busy with the process of land restitution, land claim, then the municipality, they have to do what we call interim, temporal. But also provided the temporal services, like temporal water services, temporal sanitation services. So in a form of the we see the plastic, the trucks or the toilet, the chemical toilet. So Mara, if the tenure status it has been confirmed, then it's ascertained, then the WSA then wakahono utsensa the permanent water and sanitation services. So this policy, for it to be known, so that everyone knows and it is effectively implemented, we need to do advocacy, awareness, and education. Hence, we are here. It's also part of sharing, so that you know, if you learn plus in listener mates, policy area ara tshwantsori re share metse le di khomo le di phofolo aya ira ya tshwantso re thusele mo nageng. So re le na le tukelo ya o ka khono o really approach the farm owner. If the farm owner are no, because you are not a libereke mo, you can't have access, then le ka khono ya to masipala wa gaufi la ba botsa rona ka kwa nageng are kry ditukelo tsa rona, because it is your rights. It tleng ko booking ya molao ya ba re bitsa on constitution e re molo mo tshontsoro abe una le tukelo ya hore abe le access le metsi le toilet, and the toilet tse di tshontsoro di tshireletse seriti sa lona, your dignity. So we are saying different stakeholders, they must come up with advocacy plans so that we ensure effective implementation of this policy. So that's why we want to come along, Salga, Cocta, DMR, Darald, Department of Education, because rural development, human settlement, because they've got their own share within that space, including ourselves as the Department of Water and Sanitation. So Arnali policy ya community participation, because these days you cannot plan or CDSC law usina community, because we can't plan for you without you. So we must involve you. That is why clearly this policy position ya bolela ka community participation. So this one re-encourage or the community participate, even le maspala during their decision making, like your water services development plan, a tool ya department. If maspala molo mo if at least a project ya metsi le project ya sanitation, but it's in ka plan ya ngwe re sorry water services development plan. So ba tsontsore ba tsentse ba le involve ba include le na tsela tsa di plasing ba le planel ba to ba involve. They must also work together with the community and together with the farm owner. So but it is also a responsibility ya lona batho ba una ko maplasing or le tlhokomele dilo tse ba tlo le tsona, le tlhokomele le issue ya hore elian toilet le boya le tlhape matso le tlhokomele ntho le tlhokomela le dilo tse di krane tse ba tlo le tsona le toilet le tlhokomele. Then rena le issue ya integrated development planning. So re a tseba hore masipala ya planner o di ntho re bitsa hore ke IDP. So we are also saying ore WSDP and IDP di tshwanetse gore di thome gore ba ska plana ka batho ba nna metseng fela le ba la ba nna dipolaseng le lona ba nna dipolaseng ke kgolo ba bangwe ba re ba nna dipolaseng kwa ba tswala ba na le di vegetable ba zama ka mo le ka mo and re ya tsebo re le rola ntse re tsebo re women play a central role in safeguarding and management and providing water services. Re rola ntse re bona mo bona ba khametsi ka diemere ba di ntwe re tsebo re metsi a lona le a tlhokomelana le a berekisa le a tswala ka ona. So ba tshwanetse gore ba thoma gore metsi a fitlhe le kwa dinang le ska share metsi le ntho le kry gore le kry metsi di nokeng fela. You must also have a decent taps, so the municipality must start to include those people living in privately owned land when they are doing their planning. And the planning frameworks must always comply with this new concept of a district development model, which it is there to ensure that all the plannings and the finances are streamlined to avoid double dipping. So ona le issue ya health and environmental impact, because batho bala ntse ba dia ba ithusa nageng and ba sina adequate sanitation or their section 24 which talks about the right to environment that is safe, it was also violated. So that's why we had to come up with this policy position, because we realized that their living condition was not good. So the provision of water and sanitation infrastructure, we're saying it's also or a couple or a company is really the issue of health and hygiene. So alignment. Sorry about that. Health and environment. Health and environment. Okay. Sorry about that. Lydia Solito, because I forgot my driver there. So yeah, and then the quality and quantity of water. Comply with our national standard, and the municipality must ensure to the contractors that water, they must ensure that it comply with our SANS 241, which talks to our drinking water quality standard. We can move to next slide, my driver. Technical consideration. So we cannot use a blanket approach. There are things that municipal will take into consideration. Eba planner or we the services to those people living in privately owned land, because those people has been neglected for a while. They have been subjected to substandard or poor quality water and sanitation services. So they need to take into consideration the issue of affordability of the services that they will take there, the institutional need, the impact that it will have on the environment, the social issues, because different community, they've got different social beliefs. Some they will say, no, we don't want to share. Some people that don't believe in, or they share toilet. So baba no na share toilet bangwa sharing. So those things must palaisa but take those things into consideration. Mara also it's comply with the norms and standard for the criteria and the standard in terms of what is potable water, what is the acceptable quantity of water. So because the service it's our yakwa dinali financial implications. So this, you can go to next one. We have got financial sustainable water services. So it has to take into consideration the financial aspect. So our Maspala, when they budget, they must identify the funding mechanism which is required for the sustainability of that services. And their planning and management must also incorporate the water services provision to those people living in privately owned land. So during their budgeting and financial planning, they must start implement this policy by ensuring that they incorporate or include those people who living in privately owned land in their planning. So I spoke earlier about institutional. We can go to next slide. Ne? I spoke earlier of the that there can be institutional arrangement between the WSA and a farm owner or anyone that they want to be a water services provider or water services intermediary to those people living privately owned land. So we're saying if it is done, that arrangement, it must be guided by the Constitution and other related policies and melao ye mengwe e guidang masipala or agono arrangement, institutional arrangement. So Masipala and other institutions, they must always apply intergovernmental coordination, and such arrangement must be reflective in the planning, budgetary and programs if they've got a contract with a private landowner to be water services intermediary. We can go to the next slide. Yeah, so this is almost last slide as to the progress up to the conceptualization to the development of the policy since the court case in 2019. So we drafted the policy, and the policy was consulted. It was drafted in 2022, and it was also started to be consulted in December 2022 to March 2023, and we've received a robust input across the entire province. Even in here in Limpopo, we were in Polokwane, we were in Thohoyandou, we were in Tzaneen, we were all over. So we were everywhere to ensure that everyone is aware of this new development, new policy shift. So from May to July, the policy was consulted with various clusters, with our social cluster, our economic sector clusters from cabinet side. So because the policy was going to be approved by cabinet, and those clusters, all of them, because everything that goes to cabinet, it goes to, if it has got financial implication or social implication, it goes to those clusters. They all gave us a green light to say it's a long overdue policy. Then they gave us a green light for the policy to be approved by the cabinet. So the policy was approved by cabinet in 2023 November for implementation, and it was later published in the Government Gazette in February 2024 for implementation, because when the policy is approved, it must be in Gazette so that it becomes accessible to the public. So this policy, it's now enforceable. So on the 1st of March 2024, we officially launched the policy in Pietermaritzburg. The reason being was that the court case and the farm case happened there, so we decided to launch it there. We with the hands. That's the reason. So the policy, it also encouraged collaboration. So during the launch, there was collaboration. So various government departments to ensure that the government services on wheel, they are accessible to people. We had SASA, they even assisted Batuabereka denying ID. So Baba Tusa on the day of the launch, Baba Rio Rebabeli ID, Baba Tusha even Lika so even the municipality, that side, the Umgungundlovu district municipality. Sorry, we can go to, okay, we're fine. So even Umgungundlovu district municipality has started to execute the policy and implement where in Win Hill Farm. So they've started to deliver the basic services there, and also Umgeni has already also extended their hands, Umgeni Utukela, and they are currently finalizing their plans to drill more boreholes to Batuboba now Plus to those people living in farm. So it is the aspiration of this policy or the intent of this policy to see such progress of implementing across the entire country. Hence, we are available, and yeah, we can go to the next slide. We are available, and we've started as the department or to develop an implementation plan to ensure the effective implementation of this policy. So, and furthermore, as the department, we are currently undertaking an advocacy, and the advocacy has been done in several communities, even in several forums within the KZN, and also the National South African Human Rights. We have already advocated because they called us. We went there. We had meeting with them to advocate for the policy, because Human Rights Commission, they deals with this issue of people being denied access to water and sanitation, basic water and sanitation on a daily basis. We also went to civil society platform where we met Unkunzi Development Association, and they really fond of the policy, and they really said, no, we will want you to come when we were advocating it at the Land Network National Engagement this year in July. Then hence we are here. We didn't just, it was not a coincidence. They saw us advocating it there. So, and we really appreciate this opportunity to come here again in Limpopo to say the policy has been approved now. You must know your rights. So, or next time we are markasa kwa mtu wa plasi ni are akina metsi au no akina metsi au lima kore, those things are your rights. You have got the rights to economic development and rights to basic water and sanitation. So if those rights are violated, you have got the rights to approach the nearest offices or your nearest court. So, but we are hoping it won't reach there. We are hoping that because now the policy, it has been approved, and Unkunzi is also part of the advocating, the institution that will assist us. So there will be a continuous plan to roll out the policy throughout the country, which is we are also encouraging the partnership in order to advocate for this policy, so that we ensure that we reach everyone. So in a nutshell, that is it. Kabaripana ki policy ye so nga fupipaza policy ndiye I ready. So songo cha for batho ba mabrasi ne abachawana nto. So ezilandi those are my details. I normally don't put my cell phones because some people they call 24 hours, but today because I'm at home I decided to put even my cell phone. Thank you.
Yeah, the home ground advantage, or you end up getting the numbers which you struggled before time to get. Yeah, we are really grateful. And thank you for the presentation. Then I think it is clear that for us on private land, when we need water, it's no longer something which we should really struggle. The policy is there for us to access water. And if we need to be reminded, we will share the presentation with you for you to can read and also share with those you have left at home. Then we are not safe time-wise. We are left with only 16 minutes. Then we cannot come to this forum and leave without us having some framework as to how do we take other things forward. We need to have a plan. Can I pose a few questions to you that you work in groups? We've got cookie pens and some flip charts here so that you can grab and write the responses which we will consolidate and share with you so that we can finalize for us to have some action plan as to what can we do from today forward, and come next year, this time, we are able to can review and check progress made. Tabisa? No, feel free to talk, Sisi. Okay. Yeah. Then group yourself into 4 and grab a flip chart as I will be sharing some key questions. And those questions, when you respond to them, please indicate the actions at the local level. What can we do at the local level to advance the struggles of women and also to address the bottlenecks which were said to be impeding on women to exercise their rights to land and also for food security in other instances, and in other instances even for decision making and so forth. You heard the presentation. I don't have to repeat what was said. And as you are responding to the questions is, what can we do to address the bottlenecks? And that should indicate the steps which can be taken or action which can be taken at the local level in your respective communities, your district, and local municipalities and districts. Then you go to the provincial level. What can be done at the provincial level and what can be done at the national level? And with what can be done, the action should be followed by what form of support would you need for you to execute on those advocacy actions? And then the support should also indicate from who, what kind of support and from who or from where, if it comes from a direction. From the east or from the west, I'm just joking, from who? In terms of not a person, but the institutions and organizations which you think might help. And also indicate the time frame for those actions, because something which is not timed is likely not to be done. If it's not timed, it won't be done. And if it's not timed, it's not easy to monitor. You will keep on saying, no, it's planned for the next period, next period. Let's also indicate the times in terms of the month and the year. Then our year will start from today up to the 11th September 2025. Are we together? Yeah, let's get the flip charts. If you don't want to come, Shula is ready to give you the flip charts, and let's write and let's talk. And people online, kindly indicate through the chat box your aspirations in terms of the advocacy actions that can be embarked upon, and even the time frame. Our technical team is ready to consolidate that and share with us here. Yeah, we are not leaving anybody behind. Okay, I give it 10 minutes. Can we do that in 10 minutes? Mama Connie? Maybe if you can come here.
From my brother there. But akere o rile taba ya nako. Mara ne ke batla go botsisa hore.
You can ask it in English, ma, so that we are together.
Okay. I heard him saying he is from the Department of Water, and so I just wanted to ask, I heard him speaking about the policies and the stuff, but what I wanted to ask is about water user right license. Isn't license farmers? Yes. Isn't license, which is a red tape when it comes to when we apply for input or funding like that. They want this thing, this. So I thought maybe I would ask him, what is water user right certificate, and what is it? Why is it so compulsory? How do we access it? Because it's something that is hindering us from applying for funds.
Yeah.
This thing, water user rights certificate or license.
Inchini.
What is it? Ndimini.
Yeah.
Ndimini bati pamudzimu.
Yeah.
Chikoritambudze icho chitu.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think Usboniso and Uitane are writing down. You will respond. Another farmer is coming to ask questions, but they are not avoiding to be part of the
we'll be
planning
part.
session.
Yeah. Thank you for the presentation, especially on the water rights. Now I just want to, my question is short. I want to check out how big the size of the land before we can even get into the water right license, because everybody is like, you cannot get funding if you don't have that license, as long as you apply for funding. So some of us who are doing home gardens, we are doing small space of land. So, and then why this water rights license? Because we're not consuming even that much of water like the big farmers. We are small scale farmers. And we are women. So they must also consider that. Let me take this advantage, program director. The previous Debbie, when Debbie was presenting, unfortunately when I was about to ask it, because of time, Debbie mentioned something about the number of the women, the unmarried, the married, whatever. She mentioned the budget, the hectares, or 44 hectares. I'm not sure if ever that I needed clarity, or that 44 hectares, was it distributed to the small-scale farmers or to the farmers? And if that is the case, how many women in those hectares received the land, the piece of land? And also the issue of single women or those who have children or not having children. She mentioned something like that. I just want to clarity from whether it is a finding research or what that she was presenting. I'm sorry, I did not get it when she started to present. The numbers of the women who received the land out of those budget, who are benefiting, especially from food security. She also mentioned some millions for food security. Those millions that she mentioned, 900 and something. It's just that I did not take my book. I wanted to know food security, because most of the women are in that field. How much was budgeted for the small scale farmers, specifically black women, because we do have white women farmers. So those were the clarities and questions that I needed to ask from the previous presenter. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you. So, yeah, water right. It's called water rights, ne? So we have got National Water Act, ne? So National Water Act, now it has go according to the Constitution or even responsible for the protection, management, conservation, and control of the country water resources, ne? So omolo mwe aberekisa metsi o manage ka Department of Water and Sanitation. So because of that molao, so I don't know any ukaria development or ukakra any funds usina ntho ba bitsa on water use license. Mara however in our office una le office e dealing le re bitsa on e dealing le batho ba historical disadvantaged individual, which we call it HID, which most of batho ba mahaeng ba wela under HDIs. So if unyaka any fund, so in our office but like patela water use license, so the department ya khono ba diela anything that is needed on their behalf. So like for instance, if we are called Department of Agriculture unyaka funds batlo butsaka water use license, so you need to go to our office, nalo office more asmo place liye the moholo wa tenki Miss Doris Maumela, ne, or Mr. Mpuma. If you can go there la botisa ena, so ke bona ba tlo le check because ba khono check hore re na le ntwe re bitso general authorization, ra na le ntwe re bitso registration. So if our berekisi metsi a mantši ba tlo no register ba o fa pampiri, mara if o berekisa metsi a tshwanetse gore a be, because re na le schedule 1 ke ya metsi a o no nwa, metsi a o tlaba dilo tse tsa ka morao di garden tsa ka morao ntlo. So ra ba le general authorization, it's when o berekisa metsi for your commercial, mara di impact tsa teng a se tse dintši. So that's when ba tlo fa general authorization, mara wa be wa bona o wela mo licensing or your water that you abstracting, it's more and inally more impact, then that's when you'll fall under water use licensing. Mara if you are HDI and there are studies that is needed for you or create license, the department ba odiela on your behalf. You just have to go to our office. So in terms of hectares, molao ko bolelang ka ona, regulation ke bolelang ka ona ke general authorization ya khono bolela hore in 1 hectares you allow or o berekise metsi a makaka, in 2 hectares, 3 hectares, so ba khono batho ba office ya rona ya mo local office ba khono o check or wena o berekisa metsi a makaka in how many hectares. That's why ba tlo busa ka hectare or how many hectares is your farm. So once over 5 hectares, once over 4 or how much are you abstracting, ba khono o times per month per annum, then ba khono bona or o fitile general authorization na. So if you fita general authorization or ki ia straight to licensing, and molao wa rona o prioritize people who were previously disadvantaged. So if re ka kry application ya water use license ya batho ba babedi, re thoma ra check or wena o follow under the previous disadvantaged people. Are you a black woman? Are you a youth? Or people living with disability? So those things they take them into consideration when they issue license or GA. So it's just that most of people, they are not aware. They just water is license. They just leave it like that. You have to go to our nearest office. Then they will assist you. Sometimes we talk around license, no register or metsi, then about fedi pampers thing, then you create the funds. So office ya rona yo khule ka starta se sa Thabombe ke le church gona mola ya ntse ke bereka ona mola ntse ke bereka ka tsona tse tsa license. So hele ka ba le thusa fast hele.
It will be better for you to share the contact details because some of those people they are as far.
No, I do have their contact numbers, so I will. Yeah, they're in my phone. I'll write them, it's fine. I do have their official number. You can call them, but they're very busy people because licensing is very busy because mines, everyone who use water, yeah, licensing. So, but they are available 24 hours except at night. So if you have a phone, not at night. They're available. No, they're available exceptional even after 6, maybe 7, if it's emergency. Yeah, so ke tlo le fa number phone tsa bona mo letlo. Yeah, tsaka ke re tlo kry mo presentation. I will tell you for presentation, the things like if you need anything you can ask me, but I can go head office, I'll give you the sometimes get our phone like Arnal Mang 1, 2, 3, please help.
Okay, done. Thank you for that information. It's only Polokwane regional offices which can help. Okay. We have had a very long and fruitful day. Ne? Yeah, maybe let me start with fruitful than long because it's like I'm starting on a negative note. Okay, can we have what you have written? You are delaying yourself now. Okay, right. Guys, I hope we are done now. Hello? Or you want to sleep here? You can sleep in the hall, but at your cost. Eh? Can I have the flip chart, Joe? Huh? Just read them out for us so that we can have a sense.
No. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Louisa Jogia, and I'm from Rural Democracy Trust. You've already met Mpolebelo, my colleague. So in our group, this is what we have discussed. We just have 3 points, 3 main points. The first one, we would like for ward councillors to be capacitated to understand their role when it comes to land issues, because we saw in the LRC report with regards to the Bantwana case that the ward councillors were not able to support communities, and also when Shula was presenting, it was quite clear that ward councillors have no power and they don't know what their role is. So we are saying that we need to engage our local government and would request them to identify roles and responsibilities of ward councillors, so that when community members, women specifically, have challenges, they can approach their ward councillors. Who do we need for this? We need a legal resource center to help us identify the mandate of local government, so that when we engage, we know what we are engaging on. And this, the time frame is 3 months from today. Yes, because this is a matter of them extracting the mandate, the responsibilities of local government in relation to land issues, and then we'll be able to share with communities. Number 2.
And then the second one is we have a big issue with PTOs, because even tribal authorities, they have instances where they can give a community or a group of women or someone a PTO, and then if someone with more money comes in, they remove you from those lands. So what we're saying with PTOs is that if the land, you have a right to use it and you know what you're going to use it, and you want funding from government, government must give you some form of formalization, a letter or a title deed. I'm being a dreamer. A title deed to say you can use the land, and it's not even a lease agreement, because even with that, it's very much problematic, because lease agreements, they give us too much terms and that we don't understand, and we get confused over time. So because you understand, we want to push government to change the policy, and even now it's going to remove the power away from tribal authorities, because it's no longer just a PTO. It's a form of ownership that you have, and you understand what you're going to use the land for.
So it's a year-long campaign.
Yeah, it's a year-long campaign, and it's national policy influence.
Which one is this?
Collaboration between rural development and water and sanitation.
Oh, that one is straightforward.
Oh. Then the second one, we said we need collaboration between the Department of Water and Sanitation, le rural development, because for us it was so weird that we were talking about women and land and their rights, but Department of Water and Sanitation is here, but rural development is not here. So we need those 2 departments at a national level to collaborate, because they know the challenges that are there, and work together so that it also trickles down even at a local level, because it's so weird for the national departments to not work together, but we want them to work at a local level.
Then the last one, we need to push and force our local municipalities to protect women. So I know that in this room we have great minds, and an amazing, powerful, strong campaign will come out. We'll be listening from the other groups, taking notes for that campaign.
Afternoon again. I, Susan Mantata, together with my colleague.
Machaba.
What need to be done? Firstly, at local level. Let me read this one.
Okay.
At local level, firstly, you need to be registered. You registered with agricultural department so that they can assist you. Associate yourself with them, attend the workshop and training with them, engage with the local municipality, recruit and mobilize more people to build a strong voice, work with like-minded civil society, advocate for land access, demand transparency and clarity on issues related to us. There should be free, priority-informed consultant. Nothing about us without us as women.
In provincial level, societies must come together and put pressure to the provincial. They must be accountable, transparent on the distribution of inputs. They also must be honest and faithful to their promises to the people. Capacitate people on government issues, e.g. financial management, HRC, and give information to the people. They must also stop withholding resources. They must distribute them transparently. Coming to national, hold the province accountable on all activities. There should be a key performance indications.
Thank
you.
Okay. Okay, sorry. Tumela. Yeah, for workshop kayak. Okay. For local and district, we're waiting for local community. We are going to ward community lead councillor for municipality, and we include the mayor, because Kimana the first people for our community. Then do training and the workshops. We need to mobilize women, to even though young ladies, young girls, and adults, and older people, to give them workshops. Firstly, start with ourselves for human rights. Firstly, we can mobilize the right block of fail. But some of us, we don't know our rights. Let's start there. Then, Mosadi own a land. What kind of a land I own? Nka own a ntlo, but sa tsebe di rights tsaka, ke sa tsebe di extra ka go di thoma kae, di felletsa kae. The responsibility, we need that for really understand. The support, financially, the funding, the traditional leaders for the community, they need to inform you. Before you can go to your traditional leader, you need to understand yourself for unida informed and unida the rights.
the awareness lead workshops. Let's go to the radio, community radios, re mobilizing information. Thank you very much. And then Kopaldi Department, yeah, agriculture, what's going on, the funding, agriculture, lending, rural, water. Thanks to Bali anyway, but we need agriculture. Thank you.
You don't want to leave? Aremeleleng? Rotlo le matsogo? To the east? To the west? Up and down? To Lamfas? Do we still have people online? Okay, I think without the waste of time, I just want to take this opportunity to appreciate you for sitting through the session and also contributing by listening and engaging in the session. And now the last part that you just did is a commitment by yourself that you are not going to sit from here. You are going to do some work. Whatever you have written, we will remind you that you said you will do it as the participant of this session. And we will share, the way we invited you, we will share so that you go and implement. And then over and above that, a presenter after another, they kept on emphasizing the need for you to be part of processes. Go and be part of processes. Don't be a spectator. Could it be at the traditional leadership level? Could it be at the IDP budget level of the municipality? Could it be at your outreach programs of government or other civil society entities and so forth? Please participate. Otherwise, people will continue to take decisions for you, and it won't be nice, because when they make those decisions, they don't know what you are undergoing. We commonly draw from one development author that development without me is development against me. Then don't let development be against you. Rather, make it to be for you, because you have participated. And when we say participation is meaningful, when you don't understand, ask questions. If they use a foreign language, please ask them to make the documents available in your mother tongue. That is meaningful development, so that you can be able to input and share with others as to what you understand the intervention to be all about, and how will it benefit or disadvantage you, and what will you do to mitigate on the disadvantages. Thank you. It was nice doing business with you. Please call again even tomorrow when we invite you. You seem not to be happy. Eh? There are seats. We normally share seats here. Sophie became a farmer because of the seats which were shared at this forum. And as we are sharing seeds, I wanted to say sheets, seed. Mbeu, peu, imbeu. Sophie will also be sharing with you the benefit of having blackjack in your yard, and also take it to the kitchen and it ends up in your stomach. Many of you, when you see blackjack, you see it as socorro. I don't want to say wheat, wheat you translate it differently. You see it as an unwanted, encroaching plant. It has got health benefits. And Sophie will share with you, but it is outside the meeting. I think we have come to the end of the meeting. Thank the person next to you that it was nice having you in the meeting. The seats you'll come and bambula Gaschangan. Yeah. The seats you'll come and bambula Gaschangan. Bambula means you'll just take the little that you can use. Thank you and thank you. Yes, we need a group photo. Sure. Before the seats can be shared. Sophie, we need your blackjack. It's part of the package here.
There are a lot of things.
We want to take a picture. Okay. Blackjack. Shelly has